The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Well,
come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the Heb Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself!
God.
Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
No, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that...
Dumb move, just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. You kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He's no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine.
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
We had it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant. brilliant.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the first open mic night for 2023. That is right, Daniel. It is Saturday, and you know what that means. It's time for open mic night. I, of course, am your host, the Renegade Jeff. The Renegade Jeff. Botch! Already starting. I haven't even drank yet. The Renegade JJ Williams. Joining me tonight
Well,
Jeff
I'll go ahead and
Meacham.
top mine off since you're already fucking up.
And that's honestly what happened is I had gone over to you to highlight you, to bring you in. And so my brain instinctively went to Jeff down here.
Oh boy.
All right.
It's
So
Saturday night, just like Friday night fights. We live tonight, kids. Off we go to the races.
It is 2023, and we're already starting off strong, along with the West Coast professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
That's right. Jeff is here.
We have our simple man with the spectacular voice, the man who single-handedly, at 10:20 at night on our end of things, 1:20 in the morning on his end of things, called Wrestle Kingdom 17 by his motherfucking self.
Yeah.
The simple man, Noah Foster.
Yes, sir.
What is up, good sir?
Hey, first off, botch! First time I can say that this year. I can't believe you did that. That was so damn bloody brilliant. Between you botching and Jeff becoming Porky Pig on freaking Friday night fight night, I'm already having a hell of a good time with 2023. I'm doing great. Rested, got Gatorade, just working on the church order service, and looking forward to the first open mic night 2023 before next week's anniversary of this platform. And hello to everybody out there in the chat. Good to be here with all y'all as always.
Yes. Also, alongside Noah is the man who took over for me for Wrestle Kingdom, jumped into the producer's chair for the first time on the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media. James Hebert in the house, as per usual. What is up, my friend?
I'm doing good. Got pizza. First time I eat on the air on open mic night.
Here we go.
There we go.
There you go. We got everything.
And then joining the cast of regulars, we've got some of our special cohorts stepping in the studio. We got Big Baller G, who of course is happy to be here.
As always.
We've got the stat boy, Mike Caldwell.
Hello,
and yes,
my internet fans.
Of course, this broadcast tonight has to be Stat Boy approved.
Yes.
All right.
Yep. There you go.
And last but not least,
certainly not least,
we've got the man who so eloquently.
What the fuck? Wait, what?
The man who so eloquently utters "fuck Bill Belichick" in our intro.
Fudge.
Josh Mansfield.
Hey, brilliant.
Clean cut Josh Mansfield. Look at this guy.
Hey, look at you, man. You must have got your monthly tune-up like I do. Good to see you.
Fudge.
You motherfucking sons of bitches. I was already in bed.
Hey, you know what? It's Saturday,
very well when this platform's on, Mr. Bill Belichick hater.
As why I
Listen
have my
here,
leg in my
Mansfield.
hand, because I already took it off for the night.
Listen
I've
here,
been up
Mansfield.
since 6:30 a.m.
Whose fault is that?
I had to be at a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Brother, I could outpace you when it comes to sleep. What the hell is sleep? I've been once up for 48 straight damn hours. Don't talk to me about that exhaustion nonsense.
This man called Wrestle Kingdom by his damn self on hours notice, and he still was on the next night with us, and he's been on all week with us. He's got 45 jobs just this week alone. Hush your face, Mansfield. You don't want to be here? You ain't got to be here. Ain't nobody put no gun in your head with your finely trimmed hair, motherfucker.
I'm saying we've gone off the rails already, but that's up to JJ's interpretation.
No rails whatsoever. Zero rails.
I was going to say, there are no rails this week with what our main event topic is.
Damn it.
Not with Vince McMahon coming back onto the board of directors. There are no fucking
Okay,
rails.
let's not get ahead of ourselves, man.
We can't get ahead of ourselves.
Let's save the spoilers
agree.
Just like we ask you to leave out of the chats, let's leave the spoilers alone, okay?
Yeah,
Am I gonna
man.
need
stay
a?
out of
I'm
the
gonna need a beer
spoilers.
for tonight.
What?
Gabrielle, hello, how's it going? Zach, good to see you.
Good old
We'll let
Gatorade
you know
tonight.
if we need you to hop in or not, sir.
Hey.
Safet says, what's up? And OMG, which of course that came during the video.
Yes.
Arlene, yes, you need to send super chats if you want to introduce a topic.
Hello, Arlene.
We have about 5 topics that we're going to cover tonight.
That's usually the minimum.
So if you need to suggest a topic, if there's something that we're not covering that you really want us to, or if you want to make sure you gather our attention, a super chat is needed.
Yes.
Matt, what is going on?
Yep, I was just about
Happy
to say that,
birthday,
Snap Boy.
52 years old. Congratulations. Happy birthday to you,
Happy
sir.
birthday, Matt.
Nathan, what is going on? Darren G says, pizza.
I had my first pizza 2023 just yesterday.
I didn't think that man used curse words. Oh, no. If you're referring to Noah, you just got to get him riled up enough.
I think he's referring to Josh.
Josh said F. Bill Belichick.
It's in the show open every week.
Of
Come
course
on,
they're
man.
talking about me, but you all seem to know how to raise my ire when I least need it and cause me to go off the deep end.
Oh, like when
whenever
did
we
that,
can
when
get,
I did that gracious donation.
Yes, and whenever we
Damn
can
it,
get
Big
Noah to
Steve,
rant
you
and
your...
whenever we can get Noah to rant and use profanity, that as well is Stat Boy approved.
And there's a
It
very
doesn't happen
simple way to
often.
do that, JJ.
It doesn't happen
Just mention not Noah's NXT.
Mm-hmm.
Eh.
Hey, you know what? Noah is being very gracious to call New Year's Evil. There you go. Which we were talking about in our shameless shills toward the end, gratuitous plugs, if you will. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves, Mr. Williams. If you will.
We will attempt to reel it back in.
Yes.
Our first topic for the evening, which unfortunately I can't wax too much proxy on because I didn't physically see it, although I did go back and watch the 6+ hour coverage produced by the Simple Man Noah Foster, myself, and the Heb Man James Hebert.
Yes.
We're going to get into some Wrestle Kingdom talk here, gentlemen.
Yeah, buddy.
Noah,
God, I love this shit. What a phenomenal show.
I was going to say, Noah, you were the man who sat there the entire time and so beautifully called the action. Like, me and Jeff knew that you could. Like I have always told you, you are Joey motherfucking Styles. You do not need myself, Jeff, or James to sit next to you. And you proved it that evening. Congratulations on a superb job. Lead this conversation, Noah, because you're the one that saw all the action. Let's go over some of the high points of Wrestle Kingdom for us.
Well, for those that don't know, as I am definitely a historian to a degree of the industry, this was to celebrate the founder, politician, the great inspiration, the creative mind, the innovator himself, Antonio Inoki, again, who passed just last year. How fitting that last year's Wrestle Kingdom, he gave a message welcoming in NJPW to a 50th, and then to the 51st, we celebrate the man himself. There was a great tribute to him in a 6-man tag across 3 generations of pro wrestlers. We also had Keiji Muto, 40-year veteran, has his last match in the Tokyo Dome alongside former great rival Hiroshi Tanahashi. We're doing hostility with Tetsuya Naito. As we look at the other parts of the card, you had FTR for the first time ever in the Tokyo Dome defending IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team Championships against Bishamon, Hiroki Goto, Yoshikashi. Very fun match. We now have Zack Sabre Jr., who's been in the company for 6 years, finally a singles champion. Now part of TMDK, now the front man. But definitely key points to take away, not to just break it down match by match, but again, everybody definitely put out their best. Kairi, you all remember her as Kairi Sane from WWE, one of the 3 original daughters of Stardom. She's essentially defended the IWGP Women's Championship in the Tokyo Dome against Tam Nakano of Stardom after literally knocking her out. And then following that, a boss decided to make her way into the Tokyo Dome, Mercedes Moné, and it's been made official. She will challenge Kairi for the IWGP Women's Championship at Bound of Valley on pay-per-view next month. Kenny Omega made his return back to New Japan Pro Wrestling and the Tokyo Dome in what many called a dream match that definitely lived to the hype and all the expectation. As Kenny Omega reclaimed the IWGP United States Heavyweight Championship Not bad for a Tokyo Dome return after 4 years. And of course, in the main event, you talk about the guy that's the face of your company, Kazuchika Okada, who basically embraces Inokiism in his own form to a degree, reclaimed the IWGP Welterweight Championship against Switchblade Jay White as we usher in the 51st year of New Japan Pro Wrestling. It was a phenomenal, historic show. New champions, galore, crazy moments, and still so much to wonder. Will Ospreay find his way during this year, or is he done? And of course, New Japan Pro Wrestling continues to feud with Pro Wrestling Noah. And honestly, I couldn't ask for a stronger kickoff to my professional wrestling year 2023. I loved it.
So, for those of you in the room that actually got to see the action, what are your thoughts on everything? You know, I mean, like I said, I watched back the coverage, so I could only hear the calls, which, again, I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, Noah, but that just goes to show the signs of a true commentator, because when all you can do is hear the call of the action, you can envision the match happening in front of you, then that's the sign of an amazing commentator. And I was able to do that with the matches. Granted, I didn't know a lot of the talent. I knew some of the guys that had appeared on AEW or Impact or whatever, but just being able to visualize the matches, it did seem like it was a good show. James?
Yes. I could sign off with Noah. I watched the show from start to finish while we were producing together. It was honestly it's such a toss up now, because I said for years nothing was going to be able to top Wrestle Kingdom 12, and this damn near came close to that. I think it's tied between this night one of Wrestle Kingdom 17 and Wrestle Kingdom 12 as a whole. Excuse me. Wow. Still a bit sick, so pardon me if I sound lovely.
You're good, brother. And I think many people would agree with you. I literally asked you from beginning to end, hey, James, what's your thoughts now?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was a good show from top to bottom for sure. I'd say the matches that probably stood out to me the most are the semi-main and the main, just because of the stories they told. Spot of the night was absolutely the snap DDT that Omega pulled off on Will Ospreay to the exposed steel. Never ever seen anything like that before in my life. And a great blade job by Ospreay. For those who are going to tell me, you know, Ospreay and Omega can't tell a fucking story, they're just spot monkeys. Yeah, shut up and go to this match. Seriously, like they worked this entire injury like you wouldn't believe. So it was
30 minutes.
30 minutes, and there's a reason. You know, you can make fun of Uncle Meltzer's ratings all day long, but I actually it's one of those things that I actually agree with. Definitely deserves 6 stars. Definitely should deserve to break the scale, because they did shit I'd never seen in wrestling, and they told a great story around it. That's the best type of wrestling match, man, when you could do something new and then go through that and tell the greatest story around a new spot. Yeah. I mean, this was done tremendously.
And then you have the culmination of one of the greatest rivalries of professional wrestling and New Japan Pro Wrestling come together as a tag team the following nights.
Mm-hmm.
Okada and Omega together. What the hell?
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
I hope that's not a one-off. I sincerely hope it's not a one-off.
No, because Okada and Omega as a tag team, yes, please.
So
there you go.
That's going to be sick however it develops.
Anybody else see the event and want to give their thoughts on it? Darren G's asking about Sasha still possibly being Saraya's partner. They did announce Toni Storm as the partner for Dynamite at the Forum, but with the way that everything laid out, it definitely lays itself to the possibility of Storm being ambushed, and then Mercedes Monet or Mercedes Money, depending on how you want to pronounce it.
It's Monet. Be correct in your pronunciation.
Hey, I'm not going to argue with the Italian. He pronounced it great.
That's the way I've been pronouncing it too, but I've actually had a couple people tell me it's money because it's playing off of the Sasha Banks. So
Right.
Mercedes money. You know.
Well, there's no Y, and I assume it's proper. So
until I hear it out of Mercedes' mouth the way she wants it pronounced, we'll go with Monet, but I've been hearing both. That's why I said it as that. So
they have a clip of her entire entrance and promo on YouTube. You will hear her literally say Monet, so that way you know it going forward. Right here on YouTube at NJPW World.
Fair enough. I'm not going to bring that up, Josh, because we don't give a shit about football on this show.
Damn right we don't.
This is a wrestling show.
I will say, as far as the Monet being the partner, the way I see them going about this is she is going to be the one that ambushes Toni Storm, but frame it on Hikaru Shida. I think that's how they're going to tell that story.
I heard you say that last night during the Rampage Battle of the Belts coverage, which was
so
excellent take.
That was so much damn fun, too. As I alluded to, we all know the influence of Mercedes Moné. That got her in the industry was one, Eddie Guerrero. And what was he known for doing, folks? Lying, cheating, and stealing.
Damn right. So, unfortunately, for whatever reason, Battle of the Belts itself didn't DVR for me. So, again, I only had to listen to your guys' call of it. But I did have Rampage playing in the background, listening to you guys call the action instead of the yokel jokels up on AEW commentary. Again, awesome. Yeah. I did see the clip of Jade. I did see the clip of Jade in the finish of that match. Holy fuck.
That's your champion right there,
I know. That is my bitch.
And that's that bitch. That's it. That's
Josh. If you want me to put it up,
man,
needs a super chat.
That's fair enough. But hey, JR.
If you want me to put it up, Josh, it's going to need a super chat.
Yeah, JR.
Because it's off topic.
Rent this month.
Yeah, JR, he still brings that spirit. And as long as I hear that man on the commentary table, shout out to a great we lost recently, Dom West. Thank God JR's still around. I'm happy. So I get what you're saying. Also, yeah, you got to actually make sure Battle of the Belts is set as a separate series to record because it's not the same AW product as Dynamite or Rampage. It's a whole different thing.
Well, I had originally thought I was going to be home in time for it, which is why I didn't make a big deal out of it. But when it was going to be an hour and a half just to get seated for dinner last night, kind of hindsight in 2020. Wish I had said it, but I digress. That's neither here nor there. Did anybody else see Wrestle Kingdom or want to give their thoughts on the action? Meacham, the man whose name is literally on the marquee right next to him.
In the right window, too.
By the way, JJ, I sent the YouTube-friendly version of Big G's plug to the group chat. So.
I YouTube-friendlied it myself, but okay.
But I like the way I did it, though, so it's okay. Anyway, because I got the whole show and I got his stuff, so it's all
your name is on the marquee, so I will use your version. But I had already edited what he sent, so.
What we have here is creative difficulties, but let's go ahead and save that for the next boardroom meeting. Jeff, as you were.
There's also a shit ton of people that aren't being promoted by Big G's particular group that I am going to talk about at this show, particularly a leader and a Cincinnati native, but we'll get there momentarily. Now, as far as Wrestle Kingdom, God, the whole reason I begged, pleaded, cajoled Noah into letting me pirate his login in the first place was because of Wrestle Kingdom with Omega and Jericho all those years ago. And then I re-cajoled, begged, pleaded with him a couple years later when we were going to get, I think it was, I forget who was the main event a couple years ago, but I am so glad I did that and got to watch this show back. And as James suggested, I did sync up our coverage with New Japan World's coverage, and man, I watched it twice. I'm not going to lie. I watched our coverage after I watched New Japan's coverage by itself, and damn, what a show. What a call. Again, Noah, congratulations. Nicely done, sir. Everybody said it on the commentary. It was the worst damn worst kept damn secret in wrestling after the after the debut of CM Punk and Bryan Danielson in AEW. Like it's like one of those duh. Happy New Year, Keith. But it came off so well, and I said it that night with you guys on the air at 4:20 when I called in. I wish Battle of the Valley was February 28th and not the 18th because I have requested 28th off already, and I was like, damn. I would venture into San Jose again in NorCal after getting rotten fruit and eggs thrown at me the last time I was in the San Jose area. Kings fans don't like it. They don't like it up there. But
fair enough.
But such a great moment for everybody. Mercedes getting her moment. Title changes across the board, except for my boy TJP. Let's give a little love to TJ Perkins, retaining the WGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Championships.
Yep.
I venture to guess that the United Empire right now is the best faction in New Japan. Period. Bar none.
Oh, they are.
I don't think.
Gas, dude.
I
Absolutely.
genuinely don't think anybody can touch what type of elite group they are right now. No pun intended.
Bar none, as Great-O Khan. Oh hell, it's the current Red Appropriation Heavyweight Champion.
Yes,
and I started out not liking Great-O-Khan, and he won me over because he likes the women, the pretty women.
That's right. And again, Happy New Year to the Cleaver, and Happy New Year to the little one, and Dentist, the medicine at home. Love you guys.
Damn right.
Love that. That's good shit. So
good shit, pal.
Cheers to the Cleaver household for New Year's. I know I saw you on New Year's Day for open mic night. Whoops, wrong show for the Nutty Key review, but botch. Okay, the JJ's got one. I got one in the books. I need to start doing that counts again. I really do.
We got stat point.
We need to take shots every time there's a botch.
All right.
It's
well,
1-1.
This is very heavily whiskey compared to the usual half and half. So probably not a good idea for me tonight, Josh. Great show. Happy for Kenny. I people will feel how they feel about the Elite, and JJ and I are going to have our booing voices ready for Wednesday night when they face.
I'm technically still producer, by the way. I just did the botch count. You want to throw that up there, JJ?
Sure, why not? When they face the Death Triangle, and that's fine.
And Jeff, you talk about Kenny Omega. James, what about the entrances also telling the story when you fought again the ultimate villain incarnated, Sephiroth of Final Fantasy? Was brought forward. Smash Brothers.
I lost
my shit, the aerial assassin.
Okay, real quick. So, for those who have not seen the entrances, you owe it to yourself to watch. Okay, so you know how he calls himself One Winged Angel. Everybody knows he got this from Final Fantasy, correct? At least everybody knows that.
Yes.
Okay, dude, the fucker came out to Sephiroth's freaking theme. And he had the fire and everything. So he's coming out. I don't know who paid the rights. I assume TK did. He comes out to Sephiroth's full-on entrance music. And he's walking. And the fire is behind him in the background, like you would see on his Smash Brothers Ultimate end screen. And he's walking as the fire's behind him on the LED. Right. Such a great visual, dude. This was genuinely like a Mania style entrance to shit.
It was.
You guys gotta watch this. If nothing else, watch this entrance. And watch Will Ospreay's entrance right after, because he came back to Elevated, which I was so hyped for. Oh my god. Yeah, they
Will Ospreay's Final Fantasy when he put everything out there, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
No. But again, great outing by everybody. Happy for Kenny. Again, people think what you think about the Elite, and like I said, JJ and I are going to be ready to boo them out of the forum on Wednesday night. But I'm happy that he's back at full Omega mode in New Japan at least, and he and Ospreay, God, they tore the house down. God bless him for it.
Yes, Mikey.
I wasn't done, but that's okay.
Oh, my bad.
Okada again. Okada is the man. Okada is the man. Okada is the man.
That simple as that. Simple as that. Simple as that.
Yep.
And now he faces Shingo Takagi soon enough for that title. That's going to be a very fun match. A Wrestle Kingdom 16 rematch. Looking very forward to that.
Yes.
And Tama Tonga, of course, finally overcoming. Again, we had WWE AEW presence on the show as well as Toma Tonga once again became number 1 champion, finally overcoming his master in another simple story, Carl Anderson.
There you go.
Shout out to Eric Brown, representing the Wrestleverse. Apparently, he told me that Dave said, and I quote, apparently Omega and Ospreay did not do everything they wanted to in that match. They were being held back for a rematch encounter. To take it to that level, I call bullshit as far as Kenny Omega and Ospreay holding anything back.
I mean,
if you watch that pro show press conference, they weren't holding a goddamn thing back.
No.
So,
but again, Uncle Dave, for whatever the IWC take him for, you do you.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd say fuck Uncle Dave, but I don't think anyone wants to do that.
No. We have our opinions about Dave Meltzer. I just don't want to, get down the rabbit hole about him. He is who he is. He has the credibility he has because of people like the Bucks, people like Bret Hart. So it is what it is. But Mikey was being very patient and raised his hand, and I talked over his interruption of me. So,
Mikey, go.
Go, Mikey.
I just want to say that now this whole Mercedes, Monet, Sasha Banks coming back thing is over. It's done. We're not, unless something serious happens in New Japan, she can be happy doing her thing over there. And we're not going to deny what she did in WWE until she left, multi-time champion, tag team champion, all that good stuff that will never be forgotten.
They even acknowledged it on the commentary side for English commentary Wrestle Kingdom. They even acknowledged it.
Yep.
Okay. So, but it's done. We don't have to worry about, is Sasha going to show up at the Rumble? Is she going to come back to WWE with open arms? Is Triple H going to hire? It's over and done. She is in New Japan. She's got her career over there now.
Yep.
Trinity Naomi, that's another topic.
So you're saying that she can't be a surprise entrant in the Rumble just because she works for New Japan?
Yeah, I was about to say, you sure about that?
Did AAA wrestlers not enter the Royal Rumble in '97?
AAA in '97, Impact wrestlers last year.
About to say the knockout
championship. It happens, but I don't see it.
Mickey James just the other day.
Okay, yeah, but Impact, yes,
that was last year.
That was a thing. That was fine. That was last year. I don't know what kind of business arrangement New Japan has with WWE. I don't know what kind of business Impact had with WWE. If all parties agree to it, I'll just see it as a surprise entrant. I won't see her as a full-time coming back to WWE.
Fair enough.
This is the point in our program where Mikey stepped in it and is trying to not track it through the whole house.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, Josh, you
ask Stat Boy do. And by the way, my reply to the Stat Boy's comment was, of course.
Stat Boy approved.
Thank you very much. Very good. There we go. Okay, thank you.
Do not make me
keep a count of that. That's 3 for that.
That's 3. Yeah. I've got the belt ready. Okay, just in case.
And that status Stat Boy approved as well. So there is that.
There you go.
We're gonna have all sorts of stats, all sorts of counts tonight. But the one thing we can count on for sure is I feel like everybody can say Wrestle Kingdom 17 was one hell of a kickoff for 2020.
Without a doubt. Yes.
All right.
I could just
Mansfield, go ahead.
Hey, Stat Boy, so with those comments, are you wanting to get your booty kicked by Greg Cherry Boy?
Why?
How so?
Because he's the biggest Sasha Banks fan in the family.
I feel like you and Greg would have a nice Sasha debate. You're Mercedes now.
There's no need for me to debate anymore. It's over and done with. I said my piece about her. It's her career. I don't see her coming back to WWE anytime soon.
Yeah, it's just a perspective, Josh.
Mickey James got her stuff mailed to her house in a trash bag, Mikey, and she was in the Royal Rumble last year.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
And Charlotte Flair said just a couple days ago that she still wants to wrestle Mickey James one-on-one before her career ends. Same with Michelle McCool. Please, please, please. She was awesome. Now.
Whoop-de-doo.
Never
shush it, Steeler.
Never.
You're going to lose tomorrow, so shush it.
Yeah.
Just like his Titans lost today.
Yeah. Even with our headline main event topic. Even with their headline main event topic, never say never in professional wrestling.
Yeah,
seriously. Yeah. The bottom line, that's the phrase of the industry right now since June last year. Never say never, period.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And by the way, he'll never be back. He'll stay. Yeah, we're going to talk about that later. Anyway.
Big G, I know you don't know much about New Japan Pro Wrestling or Wrestle Kingdom. You didn't participate in the predictions expeditions I have. By the way, Con, I appreciate your effort and your honesty. The score's on Twitter, by the way. I hope you do better. I hope you try again next year. But FTR. I mean, again, they're the top guys. They're one of the most legitimate, greatest tag teams of the last decade. Period. I rate them as my number one. We had them defend the IWGP Tag Team Championships against Meacham and lost. So now FTR, and I just want to get Big G's take on this because he and I are black and gold NXT or live, so we can talk about these two particularly. We're the top guys for that.
Right.
What's your thoughts with FTR no longer having any straps? That solo tweet he put out, like thank you, this is it. Do you see FTR now just taking it easy? Do you think they might go back potentially to WWE? What's your thoughts with FTR being zero?
Yeah,
belts,
it's crazy. FTR, they were one of the top tag teams in 2022. They literally had all 3 belts from Ring of Honor, New Japan, and AAA. And now they have nothing. And, there's reports going out. And I think even Dax said this, that their contract is coming up in the spring.
Yep.
So, I mean, and with Triple H running creative right now and stuff like that, and maybe possibly they could go back to WWE. There's that big chance. They could try to have a better feud with the Usos than the last time they had the match with the Usos.
Don't make me rant.
I know. But yeah, anywhere FTR goes, they are incredible. So, I would like them to win the AEW tag titles one more time before they leave, but we'll see what happens.
There's 2 sides to the argument with the revival, FTR, whatever you want to call them, depending on where they land. If they stay in AEW, they're not the AEW Tag Team Champions right now. Doesn't mean they can't flip the switch on the Acclaimed and drop those scissoring boys like a bad habit. There is that.
Right.
Because they can go very easily go from this to this.
I like that. I like that.
Just like that, boys.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But if they go back to WWE, a lot of it will factor in on the fact that whatever else anybody in this room feels or anybody watching feels about CM Punk, especially Dax, as he talked about on the podcast, they are not happy with the way things went down with Punk. Right or wrong on anybody's front with the shit that went down in Chicago, they are very unhappy with the way things went down with Punk and his apparent exit from the company. Now, again, things can change Wednesday, really.
Well, things sound like they actually are changing too, because
which is fine, and if that's what it takes for them to get, to have Tony bring them back into good graces as far as he's concerned, then I say do it, because FTR is a top guys wherever they go, and they should be. You mentioned the Usos, man. I would love the Usos and FTR to feud now. Now the Usos are at the tippy top of the industry.
Well, Aaron had said, I can't remember where he had said it, but if the Usos hadn't been on the show every single week and all that stuff, I think FTR would have been Tag Team of the Year on No DQ Awards.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with him saying that, and because you figure the runners up were FTR and another non-WWE tag team, so it was just the bloodline was the bloodline, man.
Exactly.
They were,
when you're a weekly presence, even if you're just a company tiki torches to the tribal chief, you're more recognized. So I can understand that outlook per se. But again, Jeff, if FTR stays out of WWE, there's still 2 companies, 2 tag team championships they particularly have not touched yet, and that's Impact and the NWA.
Yeah.
Which the NWA, whatever they're doing, but man, Impact's always looking for. God, they're gonna get. They've got a stat card for us on Friday. We're gonna talk about in the plugs section though. But
I cannot wait to call that.
It's gonna be good shit. JJ, before we go to, I'm thinking commercial based on the time I've seen. Has everybody in here seen SmackDown from last night?
Yes.
No.
I read the results.
Okay, well,
I don't care about being spoiled, so it's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, we're not gonna do spoilers, but everybody watch SmackDown because man, the Bloodline is looking good again. As far as looking combative again, I love it. Anyway, and honestly, I agree with Cleaver in the chat room that FTR is bigger than Impact and NWA as far as where those companies are on a national presence level.
Right.
But man, the talent, especially in Impact in the tag team division, FTR could have a run with the Guns. They can have a run with anybody in that division.
It doesn't so much matter. Here's the thing. Nothing's bigger than WWE, global entrepreneur, global empire, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit what company's the biggest. I give a damn about opportunity and variety. You don't get that when you're pigeonholed under the WWE umbrella. FTR, if they want to prove that they are the ultimate tag team in the industry, you claim every tag team championship possible. There's more in the industry than a blueberry, strawberry strap-on Velcro.
Yeah, there's a big Josh. I'll make sure JD throws to you, but there's a reason the Dudley Boys got the cred they did. Because let's face it, Bubba and Devon are not the greatest technically sound Meltzer folks, but man, they held every freaking championship they could because they went around and collected. They were belt collectors, just like the Hardys did recently. Just like the Road Warriors did back in the day. You could only win 3 titles back in the day. Road Warriors sure as shit did it. So
again, it comes down to where you go and what you accomplish when you go there. Not necessarily what you do underneath one company in general. One company doesn't define your career unless you choose to keep it that way. FTR really does not want to do that.
Yeah, the FTR, without calling it that, because it was the Hardys gimmick, they're on the expedition of gold right now. So
they really are, period. Although I gotta wonder, after the last 3 weeks, will they actually take it easy? Because I heard stuff like, okay, maybe they want to take it easy a little bit. I mean, you've been wrestling practically everywhere for the last damn year. I think you deserve a little bit of a break.
Yep.
Good grief.
Quite honest.
Both of them came off a pretty serious injury too. So
and Dax, heal your damn shoulder.
Seriously, Dax.
If your knee don't ever heal up, at least heal your shoulder, man. Good Lord.
Seriously. Josh had his hand up, and I'm sorry. I kept rambling as I do.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. So, we're talking about, all these FTR dream matches. Screw FTR Usos. Give me FTR versus Pretty Deadly.
Nah.
Josh, here's the only reason I would have agreed with you is that Pretty Deadly were still NXT Tag Team Champions. Why the NXT UK titles no longer exist? Fucking dumb move. FTR are former NXT Tag Team Champions. I feel that would have been a very poetic bow to their return back to that company because they definitely would be able to actually create a tag team division with them at the top in NXT. I have no idea what's going on there right now, but I'm sure New Day's trying something.
For one thing, I thought I would get Noah to agree with me on with NXT. Shut up, Quaver. I love you, but no.
Josh, Pretty Deadly are not the tag champs. NXT UK is dead. Man.
I have yet to see Pretty Deadly do half
in the company.
I have yet to see Pretty Deadly do half the stuff that FTR could do tag wise.
Yeah, all right, that I semi-agree with, just based on the foundation of literally that would just be fists galore. That I will agree with, Colin. You got me.
Also, Cleaver, I already have my leg off for the night. I ain't doing no laps.
Hey. If people in their prisons can hop a green mile, so can you, Josh. Josh, take a lap.
I got that reference.
Before we
that joke, of course,
I will beat you.
Was not stepping through.
I know. That's number 4. Fix the count, James.
I'm fixing it.
So big
Meach McMouse. I will beat you with this leg.
Next no DQ meetup in Cleveland, Ohio. Stay tuned.
Ain't that comment great? Anyway,
next topic.
I think we're pretty much done here because I mean, at the end of the day, the order for you to think about Kenny Omega versus Jeff Cobb to come, I still say book it for Kyle Palace.
Jesus.
Kenny Omega versus Will Ospreay 3. Book it at Forbidden Door 2 if applicable. And if Kenny Omega wants to defend this title, particularly against people in New Japan, I think that'd be a pretty cool interpromotional crossover type filler to promote both companies. And give me Kenny Omega versus Shingo Takagi. And thank you, Wrestle Kingdom, for kicking my year off right.
Yeah.
Before we get into the next topic, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a couple of moments.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to my promotion video. Make sure you scan the QR codes that are coming on your screen, and make sure you subscribe and turn that post notification bell on. Check out the official Button Mashers playlist, where you will find all the Stable Wars that we have done together. You can also check out our watch party of AEW Grand Slam, Dynamite, and Rampage. Check out Shared Experience, the script by Mistress Audio and J. Hebert 95 on her channel right now. Check out our Retro Wrestling Review series of Survivor Series 2003 and 2013. Check out J. Hebert's Side of Things Episode 3. JJ always promotes it all the time. Check out Michael X's Let's Play of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. 97 Halloween Havoc Retro and Watch-Along as well. You can check out Noah's Simply Predicting on his official YouTube channel, his simple YouTube channel, if you will. 2 episodes of the Don DeMarco Show now in the can, baby. Go check that out on my channel. AEW Spark and a WWE Aftershock on Owen's channel, as well as another retro of Full Gear 2019. You can also check out our official watch party coming up this December for Winter is Coming. Check out NXT Deadline, Ring of Honor Final Battle, and Open Mic Night on both Jeff and JJ's channel, as well as Noah's channel, where you can also check out A Simple Take, where he covers that week of wrestling. Check out our SMBZ voice-acted project over there on my channel. Check out Live Round's official intro, and check out their podcast every week. Check out the official intro of Weymouth Youth Wrestling and WYW Immortal. And finally, last but not least, Fully Loaded 2000, Watch-Along, and Retro. And those are the plugs.
There we go. Before we move straight into the next topic, during the promos there, Darren G wanted to know about your song, James, and where it was from.
James had audio issues.
James?
James, can you hear us?
Yes!
Hi. My microphone
Bueller! Hey!
Yeah, I'm here.
Anyway.
Dr. Disrespect Alleyways, by featuring J+1. There you go. That's the name of the song. I actually sang the lyrics of that. So there you go.
Yeah.
Good on
That me.
That you came, folks.
Me. All right. Yeah. There you go.
And no, Darren, it isn't a rib. It's a leg. It's a leg, not a rib.
Meacham.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got
a terrible joke, but it's a dad joke, and I'm running with it.
But that joke was, in fact, Stat Boy approved.
Nope.
He took it away.
He's just saying no because he's getting mad about being made fun of.
Vetoed.
You know
rejected.
We're putting your gimmick over. What are you talking about?
What? Does Stat Boy
we love you, Mikey.
That being Stat Boy proof we get him a visit from the leg?
Have I been beat up enough on this channel yet? What's one more?
Listen, Stat Boy. In college, I used to take my leg off at night, especially during Halloween, and crawl the halls of the dorms scaring people.
Ooh, sounds fun.
All right, well, that's out of nowhere.
These are pants once, right?
Spooky, scary Mansfield shivers down your spine. All right, sorry, go.
Emmanuel, it wouldn't be Stat Boy disapproves, it would be Stat Boy rejected.
There you go.
It would be Stat Boy rejected.
Also favorite. No, not Nick.
Reroll.
The reroll counts up to 1 tonight after the reroll was revisited on Friday night during the Muppet It.
No, that was Noah reenacting the botch from last night. Anyway, what's the next topic?
My God, that was so damn good. That was so damn good.
Go ahead, JJ. What we got?
All right.
So our next topic isn't actually something that's come up this week. It's one that I had saved over the couple weeks where we were doing Christmas and New Year's stuff.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Our good buddy Vince Russo.
Oh, geez.
Oh, God.
Oh, no!
And
damn it.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, a lot of people shit on Vince Russo and his takes.
Yes.
But had anybody else said this that I'm about to read off, I think people would be like, he's got a point. But because it's Russo,
yep,
people have issue.
Yeah.
Yep.
Russo says, man, it took a special breed to be a pro wrestler. You had to have the gift, the it factor, the ability to be a great athlete and a great actor all rolled into one. You had to be special. But as all these young marks will tell you today, things have changed. You know what? You're goddamn right they have. Going into 2023, anybody can be a professional wrestler. You don't need a gift, the it factor, or the ability to be a great actor and a great athlete simultaneously. You don't need to look like a wrestler, smell like a wrestler, or act like a wrestler. No, you need wait for it, a dream. If you had a dream of being a wrestler when you were 5, then you're in. The art of being a wrestler today is dead. Every week, people come on my screen that literally look, act, and talk like my next door neighbor. They are just like everybody else. There is nothing special about them. There are no luscious Johnnies, handsome Jimmies, or Captain Lou's. To be honest with you, they are wannabes who never will be. The fans have lowered the bar. We've made it easy for anybody to get into this once exclusive club.
Okay.
And see, Jeff has his hand up. I was just going to say, so who would like to go first?
Meacham. What in the blue hell?
You know what?
Yep.
I'll go ahead and let Mikey go first because we ragged on him in topic 1.
That's fair. Stat Boy, the floor is yours.
Rant to us, brother.
Oh, believe me, I will. If you think anybody can be a wrestler, I'm prime example of that. I tried to go through wrestling school. I thought I could be a wrestler, and I couldn't do it. Okay, so saying that anybody can be a wrestler, you have to have the physical mindset, and you have to put in the work. I know that firsthand, thanks to Santino Brothers. Okay, and I've seen schools, I've seen videos of people. You know, I've seen the Tough Enough crowd. You know, if they have the work and they have the determination and they have the will and the want to be a wrestler, like one Gino, I told you so, Gino Rivera, that boy has put in the work. Sam Knight has put in the work. Sean has put in the work. Every wrestler on the independent league that are still in the independent leagues trying to get into WWE, they put in the work. But if you get some kid who's like, oh, guess what, Dad? I'm gonna go join WWE and I'm gonna make millions of dollars and I'm gonna sign. You can't see me. I'm gonna be the next John Cena. What the fuck are you thinking? You're not gonna get in. You're gonna learn how physical it is. I did firsthand because I could. I was damn near throwing up the very first time that happened. Okay, you're gonna take that bump wrong. You're gonna sprain a knee. You're gonna snap your ankle. You're gonna break your back. Thank you. I was getting to that. You're gonna break an arm. You're gonna bleed. You're gonna cry. You're gonna sweat. You're gonna throw up. You're gonna do all this stuff. And sadly, in my world, I quit. I couldn't handle it.
My world.
Exactly. But the people that say, like, and John Cena once said this, he said, if you're going to throw up, you throw up and you get right back in the ring and you go back to work.
Yep.
So right, that's strike one on Russo saying that anybody can be in a wrestler. Strike one right there, okay? Has the business changed? Probably. Sure. I can probably agree with that because I've lost track as to who's running a school. And you know, I've lost count as to how many people go into the school and put in the work. I really don't know about that. So there you go.
Okay, before I turn it over to Jeff, who had wanted to go first, I feel like I need to rebuttal my brother here. Okay. First, you say that you have to have the drive, the determination, the ambition to be a professional wrestler. And then you talk about how nobody can do it because you quit. And you're a prime example of that. You can do it if you have the drive, the determination, the ambition. You may have had the ambition once upon a time, but you never had the full drive and determination, bro. You're my brother from another mother. I love you to death.
Love you too.
You didn't have it in you. That is why you quit. But, you take a guy like, and I'm not using this example to shit on him, and only really I think us top three will know the name I'm going to say, but you take a guy like Mikey O'Shea. Love my boy Mikey. He was always cool.
I know Mikey O'Shea. Mikey
Okay.
O'Shea very well. I followed him when he was the MB Wrestler 87. That should be a blast from the past.
Yes, it is. Okay, so
shout out to him, by the way.
You know Mikey O'Shea. He's a good buddy of ours. He's got the drive. He's got the determination. But he doesn't really have the look. He doesn't have what it takes to make it to the big stage. The point that I feel like Russo... No, he's not asleep. And why would you interrupt me? That's very rude, Stat Boy. We didn't interrupt you when you were taking your talk.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't do that, bro. That was rude. So I think the point Russo was trying to make, though, was that you look at a guy like Sami Zayn. What exactly about his look is so special about him? He's got the talent. He's got the ability. He can act his ass off. But he looks like Joe Blow from Kokomo. There's nothing special about his look. You very eloquently ran down the look of one Austin Theory back during our SummerSlam coverage that we made sure we threw that in during our highlight package.
Here we go.
So to you, he may not have the look, but he's everything else that WWE wants. That's the point Russo, I think, is trying to make, is that so many of the guys we see on TV, especially in Impact, in AEW, look like our next door neighbors. Look like the guy we ride the bus with, like Willie Mack. Look like the guy we go to school with. They don't have that Hogan, that Savage, that warrior physique, that charisma, that it factor about them to make them truly stand out.
Or that unique look like Austin had when he was Stone Cold, or The Rock had, or DX had, or things like that.
Yeah, that's the point that I think he's trying to make here, and that he's really getting over. And because of those names we just named, the Gino Told You So's, the Sam Knights, the Mikey O'Shea's of the world, had people that they dreamed that they wanted to be like, and they sought out the wrestling schools to try to get to that point. And some of them maybe have made it to enhancement talent. Some of them have been security on the programs and have been used in those type of roles, but none of them are being offered contracts because they don't have that it factor that the major companies want. The market for independent wrestlers is flooded. But the spots at the top are limited.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, that was like that. I mean, it wasn't as much prevalent, but you had your Joe Schmoes in the Attitude Era, too, and he booked them on a weekly basis.
But he found a way to make them special, which is something that I always come back to when we try to defend Russo for all the hate he gets.
Well,
so
go ahead.
My hot take is going to be something that I mentioned on Twitter a couple weeks ago, and the fact that I agreed with both Vince Russo and Jim Cornette tweeting the same day. I figured I should just call it a day and call it a life at that point, because damn, that was scary for me. However, Russo's point is 100% accurate, but here's the problem with Vince Russo making the point. Who was the head of creative, or at least the head writer, the majority person under Vince McMahon during the era when they literally ran a reality show for people off the streets to win a contract? That'd be Vince Russo, number one. Now, granted, Tough Enough didn't actually premiere until he was in WCW, but the genesis of Tough Enough had already long gone down the hill when he was still in charge of the company, as far as a major proponent of creative.
Yep.
Who was in charge of creative when an actor off the street became the world champion? Who was in charge of creative when a writer, former radio host from New York, became the world champion?
Yep.
The business is like it is because he did it to himself. And now he's blaming the business for the way it is.
Yep.
It's like Vince, you can't. It's like Vince, you can't have your cake and eat it too, bro.
Yeah.
You can't book this shit and pass it off like it's the greatest fucking thing since sliced bread. Make myself the world champion in New York, and then say, the wrestlers look like my neighbor. You're the goddamn champion yourself. It's not even your neighbor. It's you, Vince.
Yep.
You can't have it both ways, brother. And like I said, I have tried very hard to not shit on you. Cornette I'll shit on because Corny brings on his damn self. But Vince does get a very bad rep, and I will stand by that. He was good to us on No DQ when he appeared on our podcast years ago. So I don't shit on Vince Russo because he's Vince Russo. Okay? But when he has a take like this, he's got to be called out for the hypocrisy of it.
Yep.
Straight up.
That's fair. And before we go to anybody else, we do have a super chat.
Yes.
Arlene sent in a super chat of $5. Thank you very much, Arlene. Do you guys feel like WWE will try pulling a prank on the first day of WrestleMania since it's April 1st?
No.
If it was a Hall of Fame, no. If it was a Hall of Fame, that I would say yes. Bobby Heenan's a great example of that. He did it.
Unless they're inducting Rick Ashley into the WWE Hall of Fame Celebrity Wing, I don't see it happening.
He will own you any Pixar movie except for one.
True. May I go?
Joke is Stat Boy approved.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you that one.
That was Stat Boy approved. I know that for a fact.
Add that count, James.
No.
Go ahead, James. You can go next.
Before James goes, what's great about that is I know Pierce watches the show. That's going to be a thing at WrestleMania now. It's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing.
Yeah, it's going to be a thing. That's why I said it, Jeff.
No. What would be perfect if Pierce watches this is if he steals our Stat Boy approved image and starts using that on the
air. It is official.
Can I get a royalty for that?
It is official.
That's right. That's going to be the new graphic. Instead of Stat Boy approved, we won't pick on Mikey. We'll have a Pierce graphic. It is official. He won't give a shit if we use it either. That's the best part.
Don't tempt me, Meacham. Go ahead, James.
I think
they're brilliant.
I think the idea that anybody could be a professional wrestler is so generalized and not factual at all, because I have seen people go through training and they cannot hack it and they just don't make it. So I think it's such an overgeneralized statement, that comment. And I find it funny that, again, and Jeff, you put it out before me, the very man who's saying this is the very guy who, you know, he won the world title when WCW was at its worst point. He booked himself as the damn champion with no wrestling training or anything. Yeah, in his backyard.
He looked in his backyard and his neighbors in the buildings. It's like brain short circuit.
So yeah, no, Russo, you come across looking like such a freaking idiot here. I'm sorry, I can't take this seriously. Like I understand the point but you did it in such a way where it's like, oh, let me just say it and not actually think about what I'm saying. We don't have the same star quality. Sure, we can make an argument for that, but to say that there aren't people with the freaking it factor in the industry, I disagree. They're the people on top right now. Number one, MJF, Roman Reigns. You know, a couple of freaking examples there.
To JJ's point, though, when we started this topic, if any of the other 8 billion people on this planet says that, you know, that's a valid point. but because Vince Russo said it, and because of why the reasons I pointed out, him saying it is ridiculous. That's why it's a problem. Triple H says that we're freaking on our knees waiting to kiss the nose of the ring. You know, if Tony
William
Khan
Regal
says it, what happened?
I said if William Regal says it.
If William Regal says it, we're all lining up to kiss the knuckles. Like, no doubt about that.
I still think I disagree though. Either way, I think no matter who it comes from, I think it's such a.
But I doubt you'd have as much of a rebuttal to the take.
Yeah.
As we do.
No. Well, because of the man it came from, yeah.
Exactly, because it's that knee-jerk reaction, you know, like Jeff said, the man booked himself to be WCW champion. Which to piggyback to Darren G's comment, Vince McMahon won the WWF title before Vince Russo won the WCW title. Almost a year difference.
Confirmed.
As a matter of fact,
although it was Vince McMahon with the ECW and the do-rag, that was just, oh my God.
And to even piggyback on that, Jay, every active on-camera member of the McMahon family, Vince, Shane, and Stephanie, who were there all the time, Linda wasn't, all were champion prior to Vince Russo booking himself as a champion.
Yes.
As well as before Eric Bischoff became a champion in WCW too. If we're going to throw shade on the bookers, Bischoff and Russo did it after the McMahons.
Yes.
Yes.
But, you know, like I said, if Regal, if Heyman, if anybody else makes that comment, it's not as, Vince Russo's talking out his ass.
Exactly.
And that's the point of the thing. Because I feel like Russo's making some points. Okay, you keep shaking your head, Josh. I'm putting you on the spot. Debate me on this, boy.
You're next, Josh.
You decided to wake up from your nap.
Yes, because it's Vince Russo and I don't give a crap, but because Vince Russo is a out-of-touch old man has-been just as much as Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
Ooh, that's
it. That's a rough take, brother.
That's hard.
It's an accurate one.
In your opinion,
it is. Yeah, and again,
let him speak.
Okay,
that's all I got. I could care less about Vince Russo. I could care less about him or Corny. Just put him in a room together finally and just let him.
Like Aaron and I always say on comments on posts, no one cares. You care enough to get riled up, and okay, I'm awake about it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I was enjoying my nap, my Russo nap.
Again.
If you're gonna sit there and shake your head in disagreement with the topic, then give me something other than Vince Russo sucks. For your argument, literally,
objectively does change, and you know what? Okay, that's a good thing. Like, that's one thing that people were saying Vince has out-touched for years is he always wanted this big, strong, heavy man, and we're like, no, that isn't what wrestling has to be anymore.
No. So, okay, so I think what JJ is looking for is more of an elaboration than just Russo's out of touch like the old man, because we are going to lay into the old man here in about an hour. So let's just not even front about that shit.
I won't be awake in an hour.
You.
I got time.
Noah, you're awful quiet, as are you, Big G. What are your thoughts on this? And then we'll go ahead and bring to the stream Mikey T.
Mikey T!
Yo!
Yeah!
Open mic alumni. What is up, brothers?
We got
we'll go to Noah.
Might have the new year.
We'll go to Noah, then to G, and then to Mikey to round up this topic.
So basically what we're trying to do here is give our assessment of A, what we believe it means to be a professional wrestler in the year 2023 and beyond, and B, versus Vince Russo, perspective on the professional wrestling industry when it comes to the identity of a pro wrestler. Okay. Well, as far as I'm concerned, a pro wrestler is a human being. Pro wrestling is a job. To be a pro wrestler, you have to be disciplined, you have to be educated, you have to be committed. Now, as far as having the it factor and whether or not you want to see a recreation of a Hulk Hogan, a Rock, or Roddy Piper, if you're looking for that same identity, Not going to happen. Quit trying to reinvent the wheels, like trying to change the wheels on a Prius versus a Toyota Kia. They still both use the same set of wheels. So as far as Vince Russo's take goes, the industry has changed, where it leads to more opportunity, where anyone, if they are disciplined enough to pursue it, they can at least be it. Now, what they do with it is a whole different perspective. That comes down to their own decision. And whether or not they make it to WWE, Impact, NWA, AEW, or any company on the mainstream versus a YouTube platform or outside, basically in the middle of nowhere in a warehouse in front of 200 people, that comes down to either comfort zone, that comes down to work ethic, that also just comes down to opportunity. Kylan King, prime example. Kylan King's been involved in Impact Wrestling and AEW, yet she's freelancing all in and out about, and she doesn't look at the current, she looks at what's to come. She just keeps moving forward and goes for the next fight. There's a reason why Kylan King is one of my favorite wrestlers in the entire industry, and she recently was just on Impact Wrestling before the Impact, taking on Michelle Shaw. Good exhibition. She's also been the champion of an all-women's run promotion, Capital Championship Wrestling, since their inauguration. And not only is their Capital Championship Wrestling champion, she is their network champion. So it comes down to what a wrestler chooses to do to trailblaze their own path. Not necessarily what Vince Russo believes a wrestler needs to be like they used to do.
Okay, Big G.
I couldn't have said it any better. No, by the way, Noah, Kylan King is a sweetheart in person. I've met her a couple times when I did my shows with my buddy. But yeah, I don't know what else to say that hasn't been said about Vince Russo. I mean, I really don't like the guy personally. You know, he did amazing things for WWE back in the day with him and Vince McMahon. You know, one of the highest rated segments, This Is Your Life, is still talked about till this day. But you can't look into the past. And Noah just said it, the industry is changing. Things are going to change. Heck, if I wanted to become a pro wrestler, I could go down to Maryland Championship Wrestling and go to the school there and become a professional wrestler. But that's just not in me. I don't want to be a professional wrestler. Now, if somebody else wants to be a professional wrestler and, looks like me or looks like one of us, then do it. That's your dream. You have that determination and stuff like that. But
yep.
Like I said, I don't want to sound like a douche or an ass, but like I hate it when people say, "Oh, I wish we had over the large wrestlers like we did back in the day with Hogan and stuff like that." We're not in that era anymore. And Noah said it too. Where they need to stop. Doing the rinse and repeat stuff. Where I don't know. I'm getting flustered. I'm getting frustrated.
No, well, I could also I see what you're saying too, because like the larger than life things, like they focus so much. They focus so much on the past that they don't realize what they have right in front of them, which is exactly what they're fucking asking for.
Exactly.
I mentioned examples like MJF, larger than life. Roman Reigns, larger than life. But they just have this tunnel vision because they just want to be right. That's what this comes down to.
And that's what Vince Russo grew up with, the larger than life and everything like that. And that's all they see. They don't, I don't read everything Vince Russo writes and stuff like that, but give these, other wrestlers a chance to show you that they have determination and the it factor and all this stuff. You don't have to have everything roll. Like I think at the beginning of his statement, he had like 5 or 6 things that you had to be this great professional wrestler. You don't need any of that. As long as you have 1 or 2 of those things, then you're a professional wrestler, in my opinion.
Yep. And that's the thing too. It never was like that during his time either.
The bottom line,
not for nothing. I never thought of Steve Blackman as an actor, but he had a great match with Shane McMahon that's still talked about to this day because it was fun.
Hardcore match again. The bottom line, there is not a standard definition you can look up in the Oxford Dictionary that defines professional wrestler.
Yep,
it's fair. We'll go to Mikey T for his thoughts on this real quick before we move to the next portion of the show. Mikey T, this is what we're talking about real quick, is
Thanks, KJ.
the take that Vince Russo had on his podcast a couple weeks back.
So there you go, Mikey. Take your time.
To sum it up, if you're a dreamer, you're a fool.
Wow. All right. So he's basically saying anybody. He's basically, what is he saying there? Anybody can be a wrestler.
Yeah, anybody can be a wrestler. You don't have to have the it factor, the look, the gift. You don't have to be an athlete and an actor at the same time.
I love how Vince Russo is putting over the Midian gimmick once again. This guy really pisses me off.
Damn.
Vince Russo talking about you don't need to be an athlete and an actor this day and age. Dolph Ziggler and Seth Rollins, these guys are better actors and athletes than half of the wrestlers back in the Attitude Era. I am so sick and tired of everybody touting the Attitude Era like it was really much of anything, aside from the fact that it was the best era of the Team Canada gimmick that ever was. I'll give them that. They had the best Team Canada gimmick.
I don't know, man. Impact Wrestling with Petey Williams and Bobby Roode and Eric
Impact Wrestling ruined the Canadian gimmick.
I don't know, man. I enjoyed that gimmick.
Anyway,
I love
or
it.
maybe it was when Christian redid it. But anyways, and if you want to get me into some of the garbage that Vince Russo probably wrote for The Undertaker, we're not going to go there right now. We're not going to go there. We all know The Undertaker got a lot better when he got a little bit more realistic, toned down, and chilled out. So Vince Russo wants to talk about how there were so many more stars back then. Like he really what is he taking credit for the Armageddon Hell in a Cell match or something with Rikishi? Are you kidding me right now?
Dude, but he did it for The Rock. He did it for the people.
I did it for The Rock.
I did it for the money. That man didn't last more than 2 months in the main event. But anyways, Vince Russo, he really says a lot of...
Russo wasn't riding WWE in 2000, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and keep going.
I mean, I think I get his overall point through all that.
Yes.
See, he wasn't even there for the Armageddon 2.
No,
he wasn't there. Wasn't booked. He wasn't even there for it. He's talking about booking all of these great.
I'm not booked. I wasn't there.
He's talking about booking all of these great WWE talents. That's when the main event scene was really packed.
Yep.
I mean, I understand they all came up together bathere in the day when there was like 5 or 6 people in their creative, and Vince McMahon was really listening to their ideas. I think Double J really has it right when he says Vince Russo was the best and Vince McMahon could rein him in on his ideas. Like, yo, no, stop that dumbass idea, Vince Russo. Stop that. That idea is good right up until that point.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? So, honestly, I mean, this is the guy who created the reverse Royal Rumble.
Oh, God. You had to bring that up.
Yeah.
I bet you he had some dumb shit like that he presented to Vince McMahon. This is the guy who brought the bloodbath from the WWF to the WCW. They continued doing the bloodbath.
This is also the man responsible for the Judy Bagwell on a pole match.
Yes.
My God, the stuff he did in WCW.
Which, for all we know, he pitched to Linda McMahon on a pole
match. Now, Mikey,
so bad, James, I'm sorry, but Vince Russo got so bad that I couldn't even watch it anymore. Do you guys know that he created a group called Sex? He created a group called Sex.
He did.
Why does he have a faction called Sex?
He does.
Why? Because there was a group. Is it because there was a group called DX? Everybody sounded similar.
Yeah. Yes,
that's
Mike.
The reason, isn't it?
Preach.
I'm not gonna watch that shit. I'm not watching that shit.
Yo, keep going. I would rather watch Jeff Jarrett
get beat by every single former main eventer from the WWF. Then watch Vince Russo create a group called Sect. Why was the
give
group
Mikey
Jeff,
T an oxygen tank?
Jeff, explain it to me, Professor. Why was the group called Sex?
Can we all breathe at this
It was
point?
Sports Entertainment Extreme, Mikey.
What the fuck?
They were called sex, Mikey.
Hold on,
Mikey, I'm going to tell you right this. I'm going to answer your question with their theme song. They were called sex because sex sells.
Yes. But hang on.
Oh my God.
Now, Mikey, if from the sound
That's not
of
going to be a problem, Sapphic. That is not going to be a problem.
yeah, this is definitely going to be clipped. Now, real quick, Mikey.
Oh my God.
And it sounds like in that diatribe, you actually were pretty much where I'm at with this. If anybody were to say this, and not let's just move Russo out of the picture and say anybody else had this quote. If Regal had this quote, Heyman had this quote, would you still disagree with it?
Honestly, I really feel like the stars of today are better than the stars from back in the day, like athletically.
That's a fair take.
That's a very fair point.
Now, with that said, do you think you would give more shit to Regal and Heyman, or do you think it's justified because it's Russo saying it, and then this is why you went on the diatribe?
Yeah, like the mouth giving the idea versus the idea itself.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Would you have blown up as bad as you did if it came from anybody else?
When did this become the roast of Vince Russo?
Well, honestly, since
Hi, Dory.
Hi, Dory.
Since Russo went off on Double J, I've been waiting to get his ass.
What?
You know what I mean? When he's
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen,
Strippers? Really?
Yeah.
ladies
No,
and
man,
gentlemen,
sorry about your Titans.
Hang on. All right,
And
Dory,
your
go.
Vikings.
We got a Dory sighting. Go ahead.
Hi guys.
Hi,
Dory.
Can you smack Stat Boy for us?
Approved? No, they have to be Dory Lou approved.
She's Dory Lou.
Yeah, she's the warden. She's the warden. Let's put that in perspective.
Okay, so I'll make a Pierce graphic. I'll make a Dory graphic. I'll get on it. Just let's get through this show.
yes, please.
Oh my God.
And as if we
Yeah,
have
apparently I
to,
got lost again because somebody just found me, or y'all found me, or I found my way.
Love
Just
you.
keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
You once was lost, but now you're found. Thank Christ.
Thanks, somebody.
Okay. All right. So for anybody out there that's a Friends fan, that was a lot of information to process in 30 seconds.
Can I just go into the car from How I Met Your Mother and listen to Proclaimers 500 miles and just ride down the highway?
For real. Good grief. All right.
God.
Walk 500.
Did everybody?
No.
We need a super chat for that.
No, this is not karaoke night. This is open mic night. Damn it.
Every night is
It's back on
karaoke
track.
night. What you talking about?
What you talking about? There's been a conversation about freaking women.
JJ, that's a good idea.
Wrestling
One
at a
night
different capacity
karaoke.
under a different
No,
name
and don't
for the
make
last
me
30
donate
minutes.
$25 to make you sing.
Shut the fuck up, John.
Karaoke night would be good for open.
No, I
mic
don't.
night one week.
But that's okay. Because I'm the karaoke diva.
That's good for you. I'm not. I'm
What are we
a
doing?
man.
Come on.
I
Hold
love
on.
wrestling.
We got to do the next topic. We got like
Next topic.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, seriously. Okay. Yeah,
Can we
guys.
please
All right.
move forward?
All right.
We're not going to top that.
Executive producer stepping in now. I'm okay, because JJ is not being allowed to regain control, and we need to keep moving.
Okay.
Seriously.
All right. Moving on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All
All right.
JJ, go.
Thank you, Dory, for popping in. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. We'll definitely see you on Tuesday for Step by Sports Bar.
Oh, yes, you will.
All right. Sounds good.
Well,
have a great night, Dory. Thank you, love. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Dory.
Well,
okay.
And now we hear from JJ.
So, all right. Did everybody pull the Brian Cage and get their shit in on Vince Russo?
I think so. I think Mikey T got the most in, and he just showed up.
Oh, really?
Mikey T got everybody in on Vince Russo for the entire year. I think we're done picking on Vince for at least a year at this point.
He got Double J. I'm on his ass, Jeff.
I just love how we've totally turned Mikey around on Double J. That just makes my day for the record.
Well, remember he was doing it just to start shit. He always was a fan of Jeff Jarrett. Remember?
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell Russo this right now, and you better look down in this box, Russo. Pause.
Oh shit!
Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off and talk about Jeff again just to get ratings on your little podcast, because Double J doesn't want to turn my world into a spectacle. He doesn't want to turn it into a spectacle. So Russo, I'm going to tell you, just because you want to get your views up, because you haven't had ratings since the Monday Night Wars.
Damn.
Since you were right in WCW when the ratings were in the toilet. Since you were writing Impact when the ratings were non-existent. And you were bragging about 2 million views. That only happened once. This guy was bragging. Oh, we got 2 million. What were the views the next week? Don't piss me off, Russo.
All right, Mikey. All right,
I agree.
All right,
you know what? Fair enough. Hey, don't piss him off for real, Russo. He's got gangster rappers that can fuck you up.
So now that we've told Vince Russo not to piss, so now we told Vince not to piss Mikey off because he wants ratings, and then we talked about him for a half hour, so we gave him the ratings he wants.
Yeah, it'll be the last time for a while, I think.
JJ, are we going to commercial or are we going to the next topic?
We're gonna go to commercial, but I do have to get out there that Mikey T's rant.
Definitely approved. Yeah, no, that was approved by everybody in the goddamn world.
It's worth 2. It's worth double.
He made it double. He made it worth double. Mark that down, James.
It's no longer disputed. There we go. That's
undisputed.
That's undisputed. 7.
I'll take it.
We'll be right back.
Sorry, I'm going for the stack down and answer girl. Anyway,
we'll be right back after this look at what's coming from the Cosby 18 Studios this month.
Fuck Vince Russo.
James,
Yeah.
it's over.
Is it? Oh.
Has everybody taken their Sanka for the night? Okay. Jesus. Thank God there's a buffer topic between Russo and McMahon, because golly.
I gotta say, I knew that Russo was gonna be a polarizing topic.
That's putting it lightly.
Peace
I
out.
was not expecting Mikey T to go on that kind of diatribe, though.
Somebody needs to defend this era of the WWE superstars besides Noah.
In the true nature of an open mic night, Mikey T came up to the microphone and just told an entire set of jokes.
Seriously.
That you could take that routine to the improv and probably kill the audience, assuming they actually, understood the topic at hand.
It is open mic night, so it is improv.
I mean, just have Gilbert Godfrey literally just yelling out, and he would just literally have everybody dying on the floor laughing.
And I completely agree with Daniel's comment here. We need to give Mikey T a ranting segment for open mic night.
Yeah,
he has my blessing. Absolutely.
Every week I need to think of something that really flips me out about the WWE.
I got the segment idea. Mikey T, and now with Mikey T for Grind My Gears. Thanks, James. You know what really grinds my gears? Sex! Why did Vince Russo create a faction called sex?
All right, stop. Whoa,
yeah, let's not go down Alan's rabbit hole again, okay? We don't need to go into Wonderland. Once upon a time on the old Casa channel, we did have a Stat Boy Rants show.
Yep.
Yes.
So if Mikey T is going to pick up that mantle from Stat Boy, with Stat Boy's blessing.
Whoa, that's true. That's actually true. Stat Boy.
I am down to allow him to have a topic each week, but I think the first couple weeks, if we really want to try and make this stick, we need to get the fans to super chant for another rant like that, for real. Because goddamn, that was too entertaining for y'all not to pay for.
Stat Boy, I still want my trivia challenge too, Stat Boy. The challenge is still out there.
You versus me?
Yes, a trivia challenge.
Ooh.
Oh, hey, I'm down. I mean, you'll probably wipe the floor with me. I mean, my money's on you, but hey, I'll play along.
Yeah, definitely stealing Greg Cherry's thunder there, but I'm sure he'd allow us to have a trivia contest on 1 week's show.
Maybe an exhibition.
Yeah,
just
it's like a mid card.
Yeah, maybe we can even set up where the winner faces off against him in a non-title match.
There you go.
And then if they can defeat him in a non-title match, maybe they'll get a title shot against him.
There you go. That's good booking. That's how you write it. I'll commentate on it.
I still need to work on the questions for the gauntlet. Let's not overbook the producer here. Jesus Christ.
That's coming up.
So the next topic at hand.
Yes.
Oh boy. Could definitely open up another can of worms we weren't planning on.
Right. Worms.
If we're being completely honest, it comes from.
I don't see no boogeyman. What worms?
James, come on, please, seriously, buddy, please. Sorry, I'm sorry, but damn.
It comes from something that was said on the bump, I believe today, because the story kind of started floating around today.
Okay. Shows up on Saturday?
From the Queen, Charlotte Flair, where she said, I always said that I don't really think about the number, and I never really cared about surpassing the number. But here I am now as a 14-time women's champion, and I'm like, yeah, I want to pass it. I don't know when. I don't know how. I mean, I know how I'm going to do it, but I think that I definitely want to surpass the number now. And of course, that is in reference to her father, the 16-time, because that's all that WWE recognizes. It's really more like a 21-time champion. And here she is 14 times, 2 titles away from tying her father, 3 from surpassing. I gotta say, being the non-Charlotte fan that I am, I'm going to try and keep this as diplomatic as possible without going into a Mikey T.S. rant, even though I was fully prepared for that. But I feel like if I go off on one, then people are going to be like, "Oh, you're just trying to copy Mikey T now."
Yeah.
You know.
Fair enough.
Once again, somebody else knows each other today.
At the end of the day, she doesn't deserve it. I don't give a flying fuck if she's the queen. I don't give a flying fuck how many people want to sniff her panties after she gets out of the ring.
Jesus!
She don't deserve it. She don't even deserve to have held half the titles that her dad has held. Especially considering how short a time frame she's been in the company.
Yes.
You got to figure Rick got those 16 counted by WWE between the mid 70s and 2001. That's a hell. At least 25, probably a little bit more than that, year span to get the 16 WWE recognizes. She has been in the company for 7 years, I believe, and is already at 14. That is an average of 2 championships per year.
8 years, actually.
Wow.
Okay. Somatics, less than 10, and is already close to passing her father's record. That is horseshit. That is my stance on Charlotte Flair as far as that goes.
May I go next?
Go for it.
To be fair, and I didn't think I'd be fair to Rick or the Flairs in any capacity.
Don't be fair to Flair.
But to be fair to Flair, woo! Didn't Rick want that though? Like, isn't he pushing for that as well? Like, because if it was anybody other than Rick that wanted it to happen, I'd be like, yeah, all right, I don't really care. Like, but because it's her father that's saying, who has the record currently, I want her to do it. I think she's the one who deserves it. Regardless of what our personal feelings are to Charlotte Flair, which could vary, I don't really give a shit. If she passes it, great. If she doesn't, great. Makes no difference to me. But like, I'm not offended as so long as Flair is okay with it. I guess, you know.
So go ahead. Whoever was next. I'm sorry. I was
JJ. No. You're fine, Jeff. It's just at the end of the day, they're 2 different championships, anyways. You know, it's a male and a female's. I don't even think she deserves to be on her father's level. As far as, you know, that type of standard. But I wouldn't even look at her as eclipsing her father's record because it's not male championships.
Right.
The closest to doing that would be Cena.
Right.
You know, and I disagree with Zach. I don't think Cena should do it.
No.
If he isn't completely done at this point, I still believe Randy should do it.
Yes.
Even though he's at 14 himself, I believe, and still would need 3, much like Charlotte. Because at the end of the day, he was handpicked by Hunter and Flair to be the future of the business.
Yes.
So if anyone is going to surpass that record, it should be Randy Orton. For her to set that bar herself for the women, no. And you look at some of her title reigns, 30 days. Ooh, goody, you held the belt for a month.
Yeah. Flip-flopping with Sasha.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so Rick may have had some short reigns in his runs too, but the majority of his reigns came from a time when belts weren't flip-flopping on a regular basis.
Cena's
when Flair was
too.
champion, Flair was the champion.
I want to go last at this point for the record.
Okay.
Okay.
Go
ahead, JJ.
It's. I feel like I'm going to keep repeating myself. Somebody else who wants to go on the Charlotte topic.
Big G.
I'll take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, when Charlotte broke Trish Stratus's record of 7, I thought, okay, They're just gonna continue on to beat Ric Flair's record, and here we are, 14 titles in, 3 away. And at first Charlotte did this for her brother who passed away, and now she's been in the business 8 years. People hate her, people love her, like she said on like her promo last night. But anyways, whether she gets it or not, like James said, good for her. If she doesn't, oh well, so we'll see what happens in the near future, because I'm sure she'll be in the business for another 10 to 15 years.
Yep.
And by that time, who knows, maybe she'll beat Flair's legit record of 21 championships. So
see, and if she did it in the 8 that she's been in and another 15, and it was a 20-year career,
right.
I'd be a little bit less uppity about it.
Right.
My problem with her is the way that she's been pushed and shoved down our throats.
Right.
And she hasn't even been in the biz for a decade yet.
Right. I see where you're coming from.
It's very much the same thing that turned me off when they were pushing Cena.
Well,
he came into the company in 2002. By 2012, he was like a 12-time champion.
Yeah.
He had almost as many belts as Charlotte, and he had actually been there a whole 10 years.
Yep.
That's my problem, is there's so many women that get overlooked, that have been made fun of. You think of things like the Piggy James gimmick. You think about the Natalya farting gimmick. You think about the fact that it took Liv Morgan until last year to finally get a championship.
Yeah.
You think about the people that still haven't gotten one, like Shotzi, like Raquel, that are definitely, like on the cusp of something. And then you look at Charlotte Flair, who's had 14 championships.
Shayna Baszler, damn it.
Yes, Shayna.
The disrespect to Shayna Baszler.
Don't get me started on that.
That's a whole other rant.
But that's what I look at from the situation, and it's the same thing I looked at when I was getting pissed about Cena.
Yep.
Is you look at all the other people that were there that didn't get the push, that didn't get the title. Hell, whether he wanted the championship or not, Shawn Michaels should have beaten him in one of those 2 matches, either Mania or the Raw 60-minute match.
Yeah.
Period, point blank.
I agree. I want him to win at WrestleMania 23.
Noah, you are, next to Jeff, one of the biggest proprietors of women's wrestling that I know. What are your thoughts on Charlotte Flair in this situation?
I mean, at this point, it just feels like Control-C, Control-V. Aha! When it comes to the women's championships, there's one constant, that is Charlotte Flair, and that's the flaw with the entire WWE ecosystem, with so many other capable athletes that some have not had a singles championship and should have, Shayna Baszler. And you talk about all the other talent that's been brought up through NXT or have been on these rosters for the long haul and don't nearly have enough recognition based on how long they've been there, longer than her, let alone championship accolades. It's baffling to me to think that Charlotte Flair right now is going to surpass Ric Flair's record when John Cena was on the cusp, and it was the only reason he hasn't beaten it was because of a freaking late night talk show host and a title for title debacle that we're not going to go down that rabbit hole about. And then you think about, again, Evolution, when it was first started, you think about Randy Orton, and right now we don't even know what his future is going to be. And if our friend is in the chat again, please give us a inform Randy Orton all the best wishes. Hope he's okay. He might not even ever get that accolade now. He might be done. To see Charlotte Flair in this company for less than a decade have more titles than her father not only devalues for me the actual identity of the championships in the WWE for the women's division, but honestly, it makes me feel that Charlotte Flair, she's just the prodigal child with the proverbial silver spoon born in her mouth that gets everything that she wants no matter what. It's like, okay, so you're telling me that there's nobody else besides Charlotte Flair that you could put forward as a champion for long term in a singles run to push forward your company and the division. Hello, Kazuchika Okada. You say what you want about the guy, but at least when it comes to his championships, losing or winning them, it's not like it happens over damn night or every damn quarter.
Yeah.
To see Charlotte Flair, though, as the constant that gets the championship back as soon as she loses it, or has to be the one to always have the championship because you don't really trust anybody else with it, is ridiculous in itself. To see her beat Ric Flair's record is even more ridiculous, family name value or not, because again, Ric Flair was the guy across decades. Charlotte Flair right now is being deemed the woman of the industry in less than a decade. One of these things just doesn't belong here. I find it absolutely ridiculous. And personally, I don't want to see it happen. I honestly might tune out of anything regarding women's division and Charlotte Flair in the same sentence if she surpasses that record, especially potentially in the next 2 years, if not sooner.
Yeah. It's fair enough. Mikey T, go for it.
All right. I will always remember the day Charlotte Flair won her 14th women's championship because Josh sent us a message in the group chat
and spoiled it for all of us.
It spoiled it for most likely every single one of us, man. It was like, what? Really? Damn it! But Josh, you are the man. I'm just messing around. But yeah, we'll always remember that day now. The 14th title run of Charlotte means something to us now because our good buddy Josh told us about it before we ever knew it actually happened. But yeah, and on that note of her winning that 14th title, that was actually complete bullshit. How is she gonna come out there when Charlotte Flair just defeated Raquel? And if you guys remember, her and Raquel had a match.
Ronda Rousey.
Ronda Rousey defeated Raquel. Ronda Rousey defeated Raquel. They had a match about 3 to 4 months before that when Raquel first came to the SmackDown roster.
That's right.
So it was kind of dope that they were having another title match, but also like, wow, they really don't have any ideas for Ronda Rousey to a certain extent. It's like, why not push this to the Rumble? So then Charlotte comes out and they just give Charlotte the title. And I'm just like, wow, way to turn me off as a fan, way to waste money. Why not bring that? It shows you how they don't care about the Royal Rumble pay-per-view anymore. The way that they've booked Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens again at the Rumble. The Rumble's really the main focus is the Rumble match itself. So they just said, screw it. Charlotte's not going to even need to face Ronda Rousey at the Rumble. Let's just give her the belt. Now, to address more of this quote, Charlotte says, I don't even think of it. Is that what she said in that quote, JJ? I don't even.
Yeah, originally she didn't even think about passing his record, but now that she's so close, then now, yeah, she's considering it.
Yep, because at first, you know, like Big G had pointed out, Trish Stratus was the 7-time women's champion. Charlotte's coming in. I guess as it was pointed out to me, Charlotte really did start as a newbie. You know, she really did come in after Reed had passed and started getting her thing together. Yep. And, you know, I really feel like Charlotte is top notch when it comes to women's wrestling. You know what I mean? I think she's actually pretty much the best women's wrestler, I would have to say right now. I'm going to put her above Bianca Belair. They obviously, when time has passed, I'm sorry, JJ. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, Big G. I appreciate your statistics and all, but Charlotte Flair would kick Britt Baker's ass too, Big G. But I'm just keeping it real.
Yeah, those are fighting words now.
So anyways, Charlotte, we all see, because a few years ago, Charlotte was feeling like she was left out of the WrestleMania main event until they put her in and made it a triple threat. But now we see, fast forward 2 years or however many years, Charlotte beats Ronda on SmackDown
in less than a minute.
Are you kidding me right now? They couldn't have pushed that to a pay-per-view. They couldn't have pushed that to another sellout SmackDown show that sells 15,000 tickets like John Cena just did for your show. It's called marketing. And you know what? I wish Triple H would actually reinstate the like how they really are going to the facts. Why can't we get Ric Flair actually having 21 title reigns? Maybe because it wasn't WWF championships or whatever. But now with Charlotte as well, I mean, I think she deserves it. And it's obvious Charlotte is going to be like a 25-time women's champion. 25 times. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say, man. I got a lot of respect for Charlotte. Unless you know, Jeff, if when you're talking, you can address it a little bit. Unless she really just is not that great in the ring. Honestly, I think she's the best in the ring. She's above Bianca. She's above Ronda, obviously. The only one that might be above her is Becky Lynch, potentially. We'll have to see how that plays out over the next couple of years.
I mean, Mikey, before Jeff speaks, just want to say this. Becky Lynch did face Charlotte Flair previously 1-1, beat her at Survivor Series. And personally, I was looking towards Raquel Rodriguez being the first up-and-comer that the WWE was going to push to the main fold, with the fact that she was facing Ronda Rousey at the end of the year on a SmackDown at the end of the year, not 100% added to the story. Okay, this is the biggest threat to my title reign. I was expecting Raquel to actually take the title and be like, you're actually making believe you're actually trying to build a star in your WWE Women's Division? Hi, Charlotte Flair. Well, I don't give a damn.
Yeah. The only thing, before I turn it over to Statboy, the only thing that'll make this title run for Charlotte worth half a damn to me is if Bianca dethrones her and becomes unified champion. Then she will have beaten all 4 of the horsewomen.
Yep, I'll take that. Because at this point,
to do that, but that's I guess a redeeming thought.
I mean, at this point, you need to merge. Look, let's just put it out there. There's no main title on Raw. The top titles are merged under one tribal chief, where the WWE title is playing accessory to the Universal Championship. Let's just put it out there. The only thing it hasn't done is dropped it in a trash can yet. The friggin' blueberry, strawberry, fucking dimes on the Usos is friggin' holding down whatever existing tag team division you have in this damn company, where tag team wrestling is still a non-existent damn thing on the forefront. As far as the women go, okay, you got 14 women on Raw, and how many of them are right now focused? Let's see, 1, 2, maybe 3, 4 for the time being. Damage Control. They still have the WWE Women's Tag Titles. It doesn't matter. And then SmackDown, you got less than fucking 7, possibly in ring to even try to be the damn champion. You might as well merge the freaking women's championships at this point. If any championships need to be merged, it was the fucking women's championships in the fucking first place, where I can't believe I'm fucking saying this. JJ's crap pull NXT has more freaking killable women than the damn main roster. And half them are even nobodies.
Yeah. 1 point to Noah.
Who can argue with that? You know what I mean?
It's definitely proved. There we go. All right, I'm getting it.
It's a ranting world in the winter. Everybody on the shows are ranting.
Women's wrestling fucking matter in your company.
I mean,
All right, Stat Boy, go.
Jeff, there's another shirt idea. There's another shirt idea for you. Make women's wrestling great again.
Yeah. Oh my God, no.
No, hell no.
I'd buy it.
Bow tie symbol, Bob Backlund freaking yelling to put on the chicken wing on some damn body.
There's no point. There's no point to make against Noah, because when you're putting Ronda Rousey versus Raquel on SmackDown, it just shows that there's no need for both titles. So I got no argument.
Everybody's just making my points for me, but I'll go ahead and I'm still going last. So
yes. Stat Boy, go ahead. And then we will turn it over to the man whose name is on the marquee, Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
I just want to confirm that the titles in question are the 6 Raw women titles, the 7 SmackDown titles, and the 1 Divas title. That's the 14, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
That's if you count the 2 NXT women's titles.
No, that doesn't count.
No, it doesn't
just
count.
Said he just said what? James, I need you to listen to Stat Boy. He's trying to make a point. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was going to bring that up, that the 2 NXT titles would total that magic number of 16. But and then this is where my brain explodes when they say that a wrestler is that number time of champion, because they do not count the other titles. We know how many titles Flair has won. It's well over 20. WWE wants to keep it the WWE titles, the WCW titles, and the NWA titles, which, and I didn't know if anyone saw, I was trying to do the math as JJ was starting to talk. It failed miserably. I will confirm what JJ was saying. It has easily been a long time, since the mid to late 70s, that Flair held the title first. And there's even disputed in that, because the belt was changing hands, but they weren't recognizing it because it wasn't on major things. Now, as they're saying, should I be the one to break the official title? I can see that if a parent wants their child to do better than them. And that goes almost in anything, if dad was a football star, dad wants to see his son play football a little bit better than he. Same thing here. Yes, Ashley is Flair's daughter. So yes, there's that father-daughter bond. Yes, she should be the one to do it. She's in the business. She can hold the title. Can she wrestle? That's a whole other topic. Is she popular? That's a whole other topic. But she is keeping the legacy of her father alive. Now, the other problem that I have, of course, with the whole breaking the title thing is, we know what Flair has done. We know what Cena has done. We know what Orton has done. But Cena and Orton have been limited to WWE. So in a way, their title reigns are the ones to beat. So you can say, okay, Charlotte has held these many titles in WWE. John Cena has held these many titles in WWE. If you want the record to not be broken, you have to state it correctly. Don't just say that Ric Flair is a 16-time world champion. Yeah. He has held. Be more specific and be more clear by it. Like I said, the last time I checked, if my arithmetic is correct, 6 + 7 + 2 + 1 is 16. There is your record right there.
Yep, truth.
The numbers don't lie. The man makes perfect sense. Can't argue with
that.
So
in reality, she only needs
too many companies. That's too many companies. I don't know
in
why.
Reality, she needs 0, James. She's already got 16. She just needs to break it. So there you go.
Yeah.
So Flair has held the WWF title 6 times or 7 times?
Nope.
Twice.
Okay. Charlotte.
Twice. And we're putting this respect on his name.
Oh, okay. Stop. Oh, pump the motherfucking brakes. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Close us out.
All right. Please don't soul shot. No. Stop. Please don't do that shit. I hate that shit so much.
The professor was about to start educating. I wanted to put you up on.
I don't want the solo spotlight because I want everybody's reactions on the screen too. Because I'm that vain about it. Okay.
Fair enough.
First of all, Mikey made one of my points for me. Mikey T made a point. They did the match on SmackDown because they don't have anything for Ronda for the Rumble. Exactly. They have no faith in Ronda Rousey as a SmackDown champion. They have no faith in her as champion since she's been back. And she came back at last year's Rumble. She's been in the title picture the entire year, and this second run has been as lackluster as the first one ended because she does not give a fuck about being there. Number one. Number two, JJ's point is 100% valid other than straight numbers. Flair won his first world championship in 81, his last in 2000. So it's still a 20-year period, roughly.
Yeah.
But what people forget about wrestling, and I read this in the god-awful Death of WCW book that was out there for years, and I've also read it in Bischoff's book and other wrestling books over the years. Wrestling on television ages a wrestler different than the territory days. And what I mean by that is we always talk about how being the president of the United States ages these guys so exponentially in the 4 or 8 years. Look at Bill Clinton in 1992 and look at Bill Clinton in 2000. Now, granted, his 8 years were tumultuous for reasons beyond politics. Hey, but same with Bush.
That man
Both
should be
Bushes.
relaxed.
Same with President Obama. Obama's hair went grayer than my Aunt Franny's in those 8 years because of all the shit he was dealing with as president. Trump's didn't age because he's got some sort of weird freaking Lazarus pit like Ra's al Ghul, and he's an evil son of a bitch. But anyway,
keep it wrestling, Meacham.
My opinion. Anyway,
Yeah.
Ric Flair. If you really think about it, Flair got up to 22. By the way, more so in WCW than he did in the NWA. Yes, he held more in the NWA because he was a 10-time champion there.
And those count why?
Because the NWA was the business before WWE even spun off the NWA. Are we? If we're gonna have NWA versus WWE, we're gonna be here for fucking 6 hours. Mike.
Okay, let's not go there.
Jesus,
I still consider Bret Hart the best WWF champion.
I'm not going to disagree with the best WWF champion because for me that's going to be Shawn Michaels or Stone Cold Steve Austin. Bret Hart was the best technical WWF champion of all time. But I will digress. Encourage everybody to buy Noah's T-shirt saying I digress and move on to the next thing.
As you were.
So
I actually ordered mine today.
God bless you for that, brother. We love you for that shit. Now, people that and what I mean by that is, as far as the aging on television, you have to remember in the Bruno days, in the Bob Backlund days, even in the early Hogan days before the days of Monday Night Raw and the Monday Night Wars, these guys were on TV once a week, maybe twice, to cut promos, to wrestle, whatever. And then they would do the house show loop. But they weren't up in our television faces 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week like they are now. So the theoretical numbering on that was for every year that somebody was on a territory television show, when they're on a televised show in WWE, AEW, TNA recently, WCW back in the day, for every year they were on the TV and territory, it's like 5 because they're so prolific. So we're getting these people so much, it's like, fuck me, enough already with this damn John Cena, Randy, because we're sick of seeing them 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week. That's the difference, I think, between Ric Flair being a 22-time champion over 19 years and Charlotte Flair being a 14-time WWE champion. Her entirety of her run with a WWE World Championship on Monday or Friday nights every single solitary week, plus monthly pay-per-views.
Right.
When Ric Flair was the world champion for most of his championship runs, including his 2 in the WWF, there weren't 12 pay-per-views a year.
No.
There weren't 12 a year until 1997. 98, excuse me, because 97 didn't even have a full 12-month schedule. Flair was only world champion after 1996 3 times. So that's why his world championships seem so much more prolific, profound, and just so grand because we weren't having to deal with, okay, he won the title on Nitro, then he's going to drop it on Thunder, which he did. He's going to get it awarded back to him on Nitro, which he did, and lose it the same Nitro, which he did in the end of 2000. He would win the title at Starrcade and not lose the title again until, a show in Texas for the Von Erichs a year plus later. And then win it back from Kerry because Kerry couldn't carry the load. God bless Kerry Von Erich. And then not lose it for 2 goddamn years, but he wasn't on pay-per-view every single month. He wasn't on TV 3-4 times a week. So we weren't allowed to get sick of him. There is that thing. All right. As far as the actual stats, I don't know who this WWE statistician is now. I know it's not Howard Finkel because Howard has since passed on. But I would love to go into the archives, take this WWE statistician and a nice hug, and just, it's okay, boo-boo, it's okay. And then smack him in the head for being a dipshit. Because the numbers are wrong. 100% wrong. And if WWE is going to be the caretakers of the industry like they claim to be, when we get off the air tonight, I'm going to repost that video that I compiled that has been muted by Facebook because Facebook and whoever runs Facebook these days, the meta brand of
the
Facebook.
metaverse.
Metaverse.
Yeah, the metaverse. You know what? The multiverse can tell the metaverse to suck my dick.
Metaverse of social media.
The metaverse of social media can kiss my big ginger ass. The multiverse of media is what's up, brothers.
Damn right.
Oh, Jeff, you gotta chill. Jeff Meacham needs to be in the metaverse. They would people asking Jeff Meacham wrestling questions in the metaverse. It'd sell.
And that's great. If Facebook would allow me to stream my videos on Facebook without copyright pinging for not a goddamn thing, I would do it every week still.
Yes.
Damn them.
But anyway, I forget when it was not too long after I actually created my work personal page for the fans of the network to be a part of. Ric Flair has been named a champion 22 times, whether he won it as an NWA champion, whether an NWA reign carried over into WCW or vice versa. So 22 is the number. Statboy is 100% right on the NXT reigns because JJ and I talked about this, and I think Mike and I talked about this too on and off the air, when Drew McIntyre became or was on his run toward Brock Lesnar and the WWE Championship. They mentioned that Drew won his first world title in WWE as the NXT Championship when he won that. What it was, 2017, I think it was. He was NXT champion.
NXT Brooklyn 3 against the glorious Bobby Roode.
So if the NXT Championship is a world title in 2017, when it still was only on the network, it should still be a world title now, no?
Well, Jeff, they did that for Charlotte as well, and I know that's why you had said her title reign.
But they didn't, though. That's the thing. They don't count Charlotte's NXT Championship reigns.
They did.
They did when she won it at Mania. They were counting it. You're 100% right. But now they've retroactively taken it back, which I can't fucking stand when they do that shit. It drives me absolutely bananas.
Just get it over with if you're gonna do it. Seriously.
Seriously. NXT, in my opinion, and again, I am a old school Pro Wrestling Illustrated fan, so the criteria isn't comparable at this point. But their thing always was they had to have a national television presence. They had to have defended the championship in other parts of the world besides the United States. And they had to have a pretty prolific lineage to the title.
Right.
NXT's been on global television now for well over 2 years.
Yeah.
The NXT Championship's been defended in Europe, and I think in Japan as well, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct.
And the lineage of the NXT Championship, the Women's Championship is pretty stacked. So it's a world title for me. Both NXT Championships are world championships for me.
But Jeff,
saying that, Charlotte Flair, yes, it is in WWE only, which Mikey brought up. Statboy Mikey is officially a 16-time WWE contained world champion.
Yes.
So if we're going by that number, she's already tied it. She just has to break it. JJ brought up the most valid point of all. Whether we like it or not as fans of women wrestling, the man world, it is what it is. Nobody will ever pass, in my opinion, the John Cena Ric Flair mark in WWE's accounting books, which is bullshit still. But
agree.
Unless Randy Orton gets himself healthy, and goddamn, I hope he does. Not for the reason for the title, just so Randy's healthy.
Right.
But Mikey T brings up a valid point, a counterpoint, and as a step boy. Within the WWE bubble, John Cena has had the most championship reigns as a world champion with 16. Orton and Triple H are tied at number 2 with 14.
Yep.
Triple H retired. He left his boots in the ring. Orton's probably retired as well. So there was a question somewhere. I don't know if it got starred, so forgive me. Will Reigns or Rollins be the ones to even approach that?
Why? How many they got?
They're both young enough. I don't know the stat number. Maybe Stat Boy, if he's listening off camera, can check that for me.
I'll go ahead and look up cage match here just to.
I friggin' know that Roman's got to be close, even with this reign that's gone on for about 600 years at this point. He's had a lot of world titles total.
Hasn't he only had like 4? Hasn't he only had like 4? I think?
No, because he's been Universal Champion at least 2 or 3 times, and WWE Champion at least 3 or 4 times. So he's already up there in 7, 8 land.
Okay.
And again,
crazy.
And Sting. Okay, so Sting, when he beat Dallas in 1999, the announcers called him a 9-time world champion. So he's at least up there in the dirty dozen, if you will.
How many TNA runs did he get?
He was NWA champion in TNA, I think, once, and TNA champion at least 2 or 3 times. So like I said, he's up there in 12, 13, 14 land. But I don't see Sting winning any more world titles. Exactly. If he was going to do that, it would have been WWE before he got buckle bombed.
I'm thinking tag title possibly with Darby. I don't know why they haven't pulled the trigger on that.
Well, but that's a whole other topic.
That's a whole different topic. Jeff, as far as Seth Rollins, he's had 2 WWE championships and 1 NXT championship and 2 Universal championships. So if you just look about the world championships, not TAD, not mid-card, he's 5.
Yep.
Okay, so there's 5 there. How many Ring of Honor world titles for Seth?
Let's see here. Ring of Honor World Championship. He was Ring of Honor World Champion 1 time for, it looks like, 210 days. Pretty good reign.
Okay, so if we're doing the Flair accounting booking, he's a 6-time world champ.
So there you go. JJ, you had your hand up.
Well, and while JJ, while you're commenting, give me Roman's numbers officially, please, Noah, or somebody.
All right, give me a second. Got them up here right now.
JJ,
and it's only in WWE. He's been WWE Universal Champion twice, WWE Championship 4 times. He's 6.
Okay, so both of them are 6-time world champions because Roman hasn't had any titles outside of WWE. So
anybody got bigger than that?
So with Roman and Seth, the question was, will be the ones? Yes, they're still young, but they're both pretty banged up already. So I don't see them getting to 16.
Isn't Seth Rollins injured?
Seth Rollins is always injured. He's like the Rey Mysterio of the modern era.
Anyway,
JJ, I'm sorry. Please go ahead, brother.
I wanted to bring up Arlene's comment here because I think she makes the most valid point of all. And the answer is no. The answer is no. She is where she is because her last name is Flair.
Yeah.
Jeff, you want to speak for us on this one, man? Do you really agree with that?
And I can see your reaction, Jeff. I know you want to dispute it, but let's keep it 1,000.
Keep it 1,000, Jeff.
She is where she is because her last name is Flair. You think about how much Vince admired Flair. You think about how much Hunter admired Flair.
Mm-hmm.
The only female with the opportunity to even come close is Ava Raine right now.
Yeah.
The Rock's
daughter. The Rock's daughter.
Right. And she hasn't even started yet in the ring.
Exactly.
So I will concede that opinion provisionally. What I mean by that is she wouldn't have got the opportunity to start in WWE had she not had the Flair last name. And honestly, every time they talked to her, she wouldn't have started at all if Reed hadn't passed.
Exactly.
So there is that. Would she still be on top if she hadn't got the original opportunity being Ric Flair's daughter? No, I don't believe so. But I still stand by the fact that it is Ashley that has earned herself the opportunity to be where she is now. Not just the fact that she goes out there with the Flair last name, does the woo, had the 2001 Space Odyssey intro. I think her ability to carry herself on the microphone, in the ring, as an ambassador, as a champion, has, in my personal opinion, and again, it's I'm on the marquee. We keep saying it all night. I feel that she's earned that opportunity. I know you're going to disagree with me on that, Jay. And
because at the end of the day, and I will
got it.
die. I will die on this hill, as you said during Christmas, with the stake of holly through your heart. It should have been Natty.
What?
No. Hang on. I'm going to agree with that. And I'll tell you why, Mikey T.
I knew you would agree with that. You're a big Natty guy.
Well, no. Not because I'm a big Natty guy, because Natalya was the first major multi-generational woman they brought in.
Yep.
And within a year, 2 years after she debuted, she was relegated to ringside managing her husband and her cousin. Within another year, maybe two, she was farting on the air. They have pigeonholed her from Jump Street.
Yep.
And that is a major problem. And
kind of bad.
What's that?
Her acting is kind of bad, Jeff. She really can't.
Okay.
But keep this in mind too, Mikey T. As revered as her last name is, how long did WWE have issues with the Hart family?
Yep.
Her last name is Neidhart, though.
Yeah, and who did Jim Neidhart marry?
Same thing.
Who did Jim Neidhart marry?
It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Mikey. It's
Who
exactly
did
the
Jim
same.
Neidhart marry?
Not
Ellie
really
Hart,
the same thing.
Brett's sister. She
Brett's
is
sister.
still the Hart family.
Within the family, the Hart family. You're
It was
connected
part of the Hart
to that.
dynasty. Shit, her and Tej and Harry hosted the goddamn DVD.
Is it Brett Neidhart? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
Oh my God, Mikey. No.
Hold on. One second.
Next.
So, hold on.
Next.
It is Ellie
Jimmy Anvil
Hart,
is the
the
cousin,
sister.
right?
We're talking over each other. It is Ellie Hart, the daughter of Stu and Martha, the sister of Brett, who married Jim Neidhart, and they conceived and birthed Natalya. So the mother is from the Hart family.
Okay.
Did you not know that going into this conversation?
Okay, so you're just telling me that basically Bret Hart's sister is Natalya's mother.
Yes.
Okay.
So
she married Jim the Anvil Neidhart.
Yes.
Guys, I know the history of Jim the Anvil Neidhart. I am not inaccurate to the. There is a big difference when we're talking about Jim the Anvil Neidhart and when we're talking about Bret Hart.
Okay, wait. I think I know the problem. Stop. Everybody stop. Okay.
Maybe
I'm gonna rephrase what JJ said so we can make Mikey understand, because clearly we're having lots of translation here. Natty was pigeonholed into the role because of her family line, not her last name, her family line. There, does that make more sense?
Family line, yeah.
Family line.
Like all across the board, family line. We're not talking Neidhart.
Are we good there?
What role?
Hey, JJ, Jeff, we're talking about generational, like daughter or generational talent, right? You know, the third, second. Darren makes a point here, but I mean, let's just put it out there.
Okay.
Anybody watching this doesn't get why.
Two things there. Hang on.
Hang on, marquee guy. Come on, guys.
No, the 99 marquee guy just trying to make sense of something that shouldn't have to be explained 5 times.
Jim Neidhart was a sidekick tag team wrestler. Let's not.
Okay, stop, Mikey. Just stop for a second and let me try to explain what JJ said about Natty, and then I'll comment on Tamina.
Yes, please.
Please. Yes, Natalya, her given last name was Neidhart because she is Jim Neidhart's biological daughter. Okay, that part makes sense to the entirety of all 7 of us. Yes?
Yes, after they were married.
Stop. Yes or no answer. Thank you. Jim, prior to Natty being born, married Ellie Hart. Yes or no?
Okay, yes.
Okay, cool. So then they, what we call in biology class, copulated and created Natalie Neidhart. Yes?
She's a Neidhart. She's not a Hart anymore.
I understand she's a Neidhart. God damn it, shut up! I had way too much whiskey today to have this argument. I understand she's a Neidhart, but she's also a Hart because her mother was a Hart.
Yes.
All right,
That's
listen.
correct.
When your parents conceive a child before they get married, and the child is born, the child
Yes.
is then able to choose the last name they want, and she could have been Natalia Hart, or she could have chose Natalia Neidhart.
Oh my God.
That's the fact of it, James. What are you contesting? That's the fact of it.
Don't pass the buck over to James. I'm having this
Does
argument.
anybody not agree with that? Is the true hard fact of it. If somebody is not married, they take the name. And I'm just trying to be real.
I understand the name part. I'm not arguing with the name part. I'm talking about biology, chromosomes, blood.
Okay.
Do you understand that now?
Okay.
Okay, so half of Natalia's genetic makeup is from Jim Neidhart. Yes?
Okay, yes.
The other half of Natty's genetic makeup is from a member biologically of the Hart family, correct?
Okay, Bret Hart's sister.
Okay, so Bret Hart's sister is Natalia's mother, which makes Natty Bret Hart's biological, by blood, cut the fucking vein open and make it have the same blood. Right?
Well, uncle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So Charlotte's dad is Ric Flair. Natalia's dad is Jim the Anvil Neidhart. And this is the comparison that we're making. And anybody wants to tell me that I'm wrong?
You're wrong,
guys.
because
we're real wrestling fans here, aren't we?
You're wrong because the comparison you're making is not the one that the other five of us, because G, the fuck out of here, is making.
I get where you're trying to come from, Mikey T.
I'm trying to be real.
Please explain it to me.
Okay, look what they did to Jim the Anvil Neidhart when he went to
Time out.
WCW.
Time out. I think I understand what he's trying to get at here. Okay, in Mikey T's mind, we're trying to put Jim Neidhart on the same level that we're putting Ric Flair.
Oh, no.
And that's not what we're doing at all. But what we're saying is that Charlotte is the offspring of Flair, a legacy, if you will, within professional wrestling.
Okay, wait, Mikey.
And we're saying that Natalia is the offspring of a legacy family also.
Jim the Anvil Neidhart.
Yes, but also the Hart
as
family.
Well. Yes.
Right, yeah.
That's what we're trying to say. Okay, so whether Ric Flair and Jim Neidhart are at the same level or not is irrelevant. The point of the matter is that Natalia was the first female to come into the company that was the offspring of a wrestling dynasty, being as how her mother is a part of the Hart family, and she got horseshit for many years. Only barely started to get really recognized when she started doing the Divas of Doom thing with Beth.
It was a little early for her, JJ. You know, the division wasn't as developed.
I
think
disagree.
Jeff has spoken about that.
I completely disagree.
It was the Butterfly Divas division when she was around.
That's neither here nor
there.
there.
The women's title was still around.
That was neither here nor there. When you have people like Candice Michelle and Layla, God bless her as much as I love her, and
they were dope.
Fucking Eve Torres and not Natalia.
Yeah, truth.
That's the problem. When the Bellas are multi-time champions and a fucking Hart member is making fart noises on the air, that's the problem, Mikey T.
I don't know if that was the same exact time frame when Candice. They were what was they called? They were called Lay Cool. And that was the Undertaker's fiance at that point. You know, they had a big run. I could see why they got it over Natalia.
Yeah, but that's one person. Is the point?
Who else we got? They never really gave it to Eve Torres, did they?
They did many times. Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah,
in fact, they gave her 3 belts. Then 1 with the women's, 2 with the Divas. I believe.
Harvey fucking
Whippleman.
There
Yeah.
was a lot of women that didn't get their just
Deborah.
due.
Okay, and I can see that a lot of women that should have didn't. JJ's point, for the love of God, that he made about 6.5 hours ago, I think it was now, was that Charlotte, because she is a Flair, whether she's Rick's daughter, whether she's Dr. Flair's niece, whether she's Howdy Flair's first cousin, she's a member of the Flair family.
Oh, no. She's Flair's daughter.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Mikey!
Noah, how's that book?
I'm just saying, Flair's a bona fide main eventer.
So what?
Jim
So
Neidhart is
Natalia?
a jobber.
No, she's not.
No, I think he means Jim. Wait,
I
what about?
understand that Jim on his own is a flat out fucking jobber jabroni. Okay, I get it.
Jeff said it, not me.
The whiskey's right here for the record. It's all poured out of my cup now. It will be drank today.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Like Travis Trent said, Jeff, the
Rest in
whiskey
peace,
ain't working
Jim. I
anymore.
love the Heart Foundation.
All right, so we stopped doing this who's on first, what's on second routine. Jeff, what was the point you were going to make about fucking Tamina?
I fucking forget now, but okay. So
the point I think he was going to make about Tamina is, despite Tamina's last name, God love her, she never quite had the talent and the ability to be on that level.
there was that, but I was also going to make your point about Natty, or tried to make about Natty before we got down the rabbit hole of hell, is the same rabbit hole that Tamina got pigeonholed into, because her dad, whether it was proven when he was alive or not, Jimmy did what he did. And, you know, there was that. Now, okay, I'm gonna try this one more time, since I'm clearly more sober than I wanted to be 10 minutes ago. Okay.
God.
Woosah, Jeff.
I'm trying. Oh, fuck me. I'm trying so hard. I really am. Okay. Mikey, do you remember in 2010 when the Hart Dynasty, which was the British Bulldog's son,
TJ,
and Natty's husband, boyfriend, whatever he was at the time, were the tag team champions?
Yes.
Okay.
There goes Mikey D.
Okay. Do you remember what their team name was?
The Hart Dynasty, right?
Okay. Yes. Do you know why they were called the Hart Dynasty?
They were called the. Remind me, Jeff. Why were they called the Hart Dynasty?
They were called the Hart Dynasty because either by marriage or by blood, they were offshoots of the Hart family. Because and the reason that is the case is because British Bulldog's son was married to another one of Brett's sisters when he was conceived.
Yes, I have more of a kayfabe issue with that. Like, it's like, really? The Hart Dynasty? You're going to bring these guys in? Noah, you remember that? You're going to bring these guys in as the Hart Dynasty? The Hart Foundation.
Okay. Okay, cool. Hart Foundation. Great. We'll go with that. Cool. Okay, hang on. I got it. Here we go. Okay. Brett. What was Brett's last name?
Hart.
What was Owen's last name?
Hart.
What was Jim's last name?
Neidhart.
Why would he be in the Hart Foundation? He's on the Hart.
Oh no, he was in there as the enforcer. He was always the tag team partner. He was the family by blood from the Mary and Brett.
He was family by blood. You just said it.
All right, done.
Me in the ass, Jesus
we
Christ.
are now moving the fuck on. It's
so
done.
What though?
It don't matter. It's done. We're not gonna go on this.
I refuse to move on now. I am taking a stand now. This is ridiculous.
Jeff, if it was Brett's daughter, she wouldn't be a main eventer. What do you want to say?
We had two people that wanted to get their thoughts on.
Hold on, James. If it was Brett's daughter, she would have just as many title runs as Charlotte Flair. You know what? If it was Brett's daughter, lay cool. Vince would have told The Undertaker, I'm sorry, Mark. Brett's daughter's here now, and she's running things. Lay Cool's going to have to take a bet. Maybe we'll get the tag titles back going for you, Mark. They would have. Brett's daughter would have been running shit. And she would have 15, and she would have, and there would have never been a Trish Stratus.
Guys,
But
guys,
it's not how
this is not working. James is right. I tried.
I've been trying. Okay, can we find a way? Because now I feel bad because Big Baller G and Mikey, Stat Boy Mike tried to stay here for the whole time to give their thoughts on Vince. I can't even do it now.
Yeah,
can we move on to Vince? Jesus,
Natalia deserves her time, man. I respect that woman.
Okay, at least Mikey left by accident.
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about Natalia though for some reason. I guess.
No, okay.
Oh, that's not true at all.
No,
now you're generalizing and going to legitimately piss me off. We better throw a commercial.
Someone said, "Let's move on, gentlemen." In the chat, they don't.
He's talking about the people in the chat room don't want to discuss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, obviously, Jeff.
I mean,
you're one of the biggest fans of Natalia. That's why I know what I mean. I be seeing her comment on.
But that's the thing. I am not the world's biggest Natty fan. I'm the biggest Natty fan in this room. The biggest Natty fan in this room was the bit into your right.
I know that. I know that. That goes without saying.
So,
I did name my daughter after her. So
yeah.
That goes without. I'm a fan of her, but more like fourth, fifth.
My point was that the reason you were, that's just a lovely screen name, and he's not seeing any other chat, so he's clearly needing to go away for a minute. Anyway,
but yeah, we could move on.
The argument you were making was not working in the context of what he and I were trying to say. So rather than continuing to beat the dead horse, even though I'm wearing a Horseman shirt. I do feel bad for Mikey and for G. I do apologize for getting so wound up, for the record. It was what it was. All right.
No.
I just wanted to talk some real wrestling shit.
Well, but we tried that and it didn't work, so it is what it is.
Well,
we did.
Yeah. We got a Vince to talk about. A different Vince, not Russo. We were trying to get G to talk about it, but I guess we almost did. We almost made it, and then we got sidetracked.
Let me see if I can get G back on since we're going to go. Are we going to commercial again, Jay?
I mean, I can rerun James's commercial real quick.
It's okay.
3.5 minutes.
No, it's all right. Okay.
I mean, he did basically say he's got to get up early, so knowing how long this topic is probably going to go.
Yeah, I mean, we factored in an hour for it.
Yeah.
All right.
I wasn't expecting this to go this off the rails with the Charlotte topic. I knew that I was going to get worked up over Charlotte.
Right.
Well, people are pissed off, JJ.
I mean, the topic was good. The discussion was good. I just think we went off the rails there a little bit towards the end because at the end of the day, the point that was being made is that Natty was there first and didn't get near the same type of love as Charlotte Flair did.
Yeah.
Regardless of why it was.
And Natty has been there now for going on almost 20 years and has a fraction of the title reigns that Charlotte has.
Yeah.
And it's bullshit.
That number.
Yeah, we got Stat Boy back at least.
And it's bullshit.
How many numbers does she got, Stat Boy? She got 5?
Natty might have 5 if we're lucky.
3.
Natty's a 2-time world champion that I know of. 1 Divas, 1 SmackDown. That's it.
See, that's horrible.
That's even bigger bullshit than we started down that hole on.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah. It is ridiculous. much like my getting worked up at it was ridiculous. Anyway. Noah, we're done. We promise.
Noah, my friend, we're going to move on to the Vince topic, the main event.
You reading John Moxley's book?
Yeah.
He had
a book.
Oh, yeah. It's a great book.
That's
I kind of regret the fact that I didn't have my Drew McIntyre book over here. I could have been cracked that open.
Right.
All right.
So for the record, I got myself Bischoff's second book on Kindle, so I'll be reading that if we go off the rails again.
Okay, so let's do Vince.
Just to do a quick little buffer before we go into Vince, I'm just going to run the 30-second countdown that's in the StreamYard.
Right.
So just a little something so we all can have a little second to breathe. We will be right back after this, counting down to the main event, if you will. I swear that's the like heel music version of that video too. I remember hearing the music on that, and it used to be a little bit more up tempo, but for whatever reason, whenever I play it on my end, it sounds like the freaking slowed down heel version of the song.
It's like the song saying, "I'm depressed." Oh,
Well, you know what it is though, because I remember when we ran the upbeat version, when we would stream to other things besides YouTube, we get dinged all the time.
That's weird.
So I wonder if StreamYard went, "Fuck this, we're gonna fix this shit." So,
maybe.
All right.
So, in the words of Mark Henry, it is now time for the main event.
Here we go.
Noah, it's okay. Oh, here we go.
No,
Which Vince McMahon has returned to the WWE. It was announced earlier this week that Vince wanted to be reappointed to the board so that a negotiation could be facilitated on his end. A few days later, it was announced that he was reinstated to the board, and he had brought a couple people back to the board with him.
Yes, George Barrios and Michelle Wilson, who were the former co-presidents of WWE at the time.
Thank you.
Yes.
And the word got out that Vince is back, but he's stated for now he's not trying to take over day-to-day necessarily. He's not trying to take over creative or any of that stuff. He just wants to be there to help this negotiation and facilitate this deal. Whether it ends up in a full-on sale or not, we still don't know. That's the heavy rumor at this point.
Right.
Supposedly, allegedly, going to do the proper journalistic thing here.
Thank you.
So, you forgot report deadly.
Thank you.
Report deadly, yes. Report deadly indeed.
So
that's an awkward way to work.
I'm gonna go ahead and speak on this first. Because I know that James is gonna have the most to say about this. So
been waiting.
Well, I will let you decide, James. Do you want to go right after me? Or do you
I actually will
for last?
I actually will go right after you because what I say might actually surprise some people.
Oh, wow. Okay. At the end of the day, as far as I am concerned, as long as he keeps his hands out of the television product, as long as he keeps his hands out of who's getting signed, who's getting hired and fired, and as long as he is just there to negotiate, as he has stated, whatever negotiation deal this is, whether it's a TV deal, whether it's a potential sale of the company, there's a number of suitors, Fox, NBC, Disney, Amazon, a bunch of names have been thrown out as potential buyers for the company, which, let's just hand the WWE over to Disney and just give another Infinity Stone into Mickey's gauntlet. But as long as that is the only thing he is there for, and then once that is done, he is gone, I'm okay with it. Plain, simple. If he starts getting too involved, if we start seeing him as a television character again, I'm going to pull the plug.
Yep.
The only way, I'm going to give myself a solo shot here real quick. The only way I want to see Vincent Kennedy McMahon on my television screen again, two things. One, he's being inducted in the Hall of Fame. Two, he's coming on to Raw and or SmackDown to announce the final sale. Those are the only two ways I want to see that man on my television screen.
Yep.
Some real shit.
James, the floor is yours, sir.
I agree with everything you just said. The only thing I'll add and this goes without saying. No more threatening you're going to not facilitate a sale because you can't get your freaking way. If that is what is true and what is allegedly being reported, that is completely out of line, completely wrong too. You're costing a lot of people's job security doing shit like that. I was originally gonna be like, okay, well, obviously this is a bad thing because he's now back to chairman of the board. But then I heard he was only a part of the board of directors, which seems to be the general thesis going by everybody. So I'm like, okay, well, then he's obviously there just to facilitate a sale then. Doesn't make a lot more. It doesn't really make sense to me that he's just a board member. If he was going to be coming back to the WWE and he really was fully back in charge, would he? I would have seen him in Gorilla by now. He would have been yelling at Michael Cozier by now. We would have been able to fucking tell. Maybe we'll see in the next few weeks leading up to the Rumble. Who knows? But I don't see him just being a board member, how he could do any of that stuff he was doing before. I really think he's just here to help facilitate the sale. And maybe that was like a thing that they all wanted, not just Vince and Michelle and what's his name, George, but Triple H, Nick Khan, Stephanie. Maybe the two teams are going to get together here and actually pull this off. And then Vince could ride off into the sunset on his terms. That's what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like it's any other. Obviously, Vince McMahon went about it in a very abrasive fashion. Bit too abrasive, but I digress by the shirt. If he's there to just facilitate the sale, I don't have an issue with that. Because you're not going to, because even at his age now, he's proven it. You're not going to get a better salesman than Vince McMahon, who's been doing it for how many years? 40 years. He got the biggest TV contracts in the entire world in combat sports. You don't think they want his input in that?
Something to think about, gentlemen. And this is something that's been running through my mind since the thing first got announced.
Mm-hmm.
And since Josh isn't here to steal my thunder, I'll just go ahead and get it out there before someone else can say something. Somebody in the comments here mentioned, does this feel like a storyline to anybody else? What if the person who ends up buying the WWE legitimately, not like the storyline in 01, ends up being Shane McMahon?
With what?
That way it still stays a McMahon family business, and it's son buying from the father, just like it was when Vincent K bought from Vincent J. I don't think Shane has the money that WWE can go for to buy it, but just something to think about.
I think he'll appoint Shane as like a chairman of the board and then sell it himself to an actual company before he puts Shane in charge of the actual business side of things. I think that would happen first because he's more like Shane is mainly a wrestling fan. I think he's shown that throughout his entire time in the business. I don't think he was ever necessarily able to go about the proper business side of things. He showed that with he shows he has a potential with some of the businesses he has run in the past, but like there's a whole different animal. And I think Vince would trust a company to run the business side of things, and then wrestling personalities like Shane, like Hunter, like Steph, whatever, or it's Shane and Hunter specifically to run the wrestling side of shit, I could see him doing that before I could see him selling it off to Shane outright. But
Noah, engaging you back in this conversation, what do you think about Vince McMahon being back and the role that has been declared that he is there for?
I mean, at this point, you kind of summed it up. When I interpreted this, I interpreted it as, okay, he's back as chairman. But then as soon as you brought the word sell in, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense because he's been the guy that's literally been spearheading all business ventures for the last 40 years, controversial or not. There's a reason why they got controversial. Fox and USA Network and Peacock and so many other things in between. When it comes to selling the WWE, why instead of as the chief brand officer for the marketing standpoint, you can't have a bigger foreman for the sell than Vincent Kennedy McMahon. So whether or not it's sold to, something overseas, something third party, or has been choosing to make it private remains to be seen. But as long as he doesn't mess with any of the creative process or the people involved in that, Vince McMahon being back to dictate business side of things, maybe with a little bit less of an abrasive approach, is terrible enough for me to still engage in the WWE. Now, reportedly, allegedly, subjectively, adjectively, how things are changed going forward, we'll just have to see based on who buys it out or the future direction of this company. I feel that's really going to be the turning point and the real, wake-up call to everybody, casual, hardcore, indifferent or not, what the WWE will be in the future. Regardless, it sounds like this man is back to literally put one last decision in to the future direction of the WWE.
It's a fair take. I had a comment starred from Anthony way back when, and he had asked, were we worried that he may try to take back creative control, or is it just to head the board, possibly to sell?
Oh, we all have that worry in the back of our freaking head. I mean, let's not question that.
No, and we're not going to sleep on that either, because the moment that happens, you may as well kiss me and James adieu.
Yep, true that.
Especially
the way he got himself back in the WWE in the first place is bad enough, by the way. That is confirmed to be true. He basically forced himself back in. That is true. That did happen. That was unbelievable. But
I think I'm not as worried as everybody else, because maybe it's just my optimistic nature. But there's a small part of my soul that wants to believe that since July, whatever it was, when Vince officially retired, he's enjoyed his time away. There's a small part of me that really wants to believe that.
Oh.
And I think that his return really is just to make the most of the opportunity that is at hand.
Yes.
And then get right back out. You got to figure, for the first time in 40 years, he's been able to be at home, spend time with his kids, spend time with his grandkids, and not have to be the genetic jackhammer, Mr. McMahon, but just be Grandpa Vince.
Yeah, true. Stat Boy, you should go next, bud. What do you think?
Or we could let JJ produce the show and decide who goes next. We could do that.
That's true.
Stat Boy, go ahead, bro.
I have said many times 3 words. I hate business. It's a rant that I've saved for many, and I've said on many times. I hate making deals. I hate, loaning money, borrowing money, helping people out. And, you make a deal with somebody or you help somebody out, you expect to get that in return, you don't get it. And then when business deals, the people in the suits and the contracts, and we have the CEO, we have the chairman of the board, we have the board member, we have the division lead, we have this person and this person and this person, and they're all sitting in their suits, and they're all sitting there and they're trying to plot because they want power. Okay, it becomes too confusing that I don't understand. Okay, I don't get it. I
respect that, man,
and I don't want to get it. Okay, I mean, I have craved the next level of work. I have, I don't want to be just the simple guy working. I want to better myself. I want to get that next rung. And I'm going to try and do it honestly. I'm going to try and do it the right way. I'm going to put in the work. Okay. If I go and do that and I throw a fit, or heaven forbid, I whine about it, or I complain about it, or I get angry about it, I'm gonna ruin my chances. And this is partially why I don't like the idea of Vince coming back, because part of me is thinking, Vince is thinking, what is my son-in-law? What is Paul doing with my baby? As soon as I decided to step away, he's bringing back people that I don't want. He's doing this, he's doing that. I don't like this. So now I have to be the dad figure, and the WWE as a company is my child. I'm dad. He's not dead yet, so he's good. Like I said, and we've said, we don't wish death upon somebody, but he's gonna take care of his baby with his last breath. So my initial thought is, hey, he doesn't like what Paul is doing. I'm sorry, I'm not going to call him Triple H. This is Paul and Stephanie. So he's decided to be the dad and come back and take care of his baby. Now, what is that plan? We don't know, because we don't know what the fine print of the contract is. We don't know what's going on in these executive meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yet everyone's trying to figure it out thanks to the freaking internet.
Exactly. And he's not in charge.
Yep.
If I read the press release correctly, Stephanie and Nick are still the co-CEOs. And if I do know a little bit about business, CEOs as high as you can go, correct?
Pretty much.
Okay. Also, but WWE is also a publicly traded company. So all these stockholders can throw the chairman out and and then it becomes a big mess. So if WWE is going to be sold, I would worry about it, but it doesn't mean I'm not gonna turn off my TV. Okay, if Vince comes out, I'll challenge what JJ said. If Vince comes back and he's on television, that's really not going to fly. I mean, but I'm not going to turn my TV off because I'm seeing Vince McMahon every week. If he comes back and makes us laugh once in a while, like maybe once a month or something like that, then it'll be funny, but then it'll get boring, and then he'll realize that the fans aren't liking that. So obviously, Hall of Fame, yes. For his work, yes, absolutely. That I agree with. But like I say, as far as all this business dealings and the chairman and the board and this and this and that, and this person's fired and this person's fired, and I'm coming back. It sounds almost like I said, he's the dad or almost he's the child, and then he wants to play the dad, and he's like, I don't like the way things are going. I'll step back, and don't be surprised. And this is another reason I hate business. There's a secret plan somewhere in there, because let's all face it. Sometimes in the business world, when you do something for somebody or you buy something from somebody or whatever, there's always that hidden little thing that you don't know of. And then they'll come back and say, oh, well, you did this for me, so now I want you. So now I did this for you. Now you have to do something for me.
In the fine print within the fine print.
That's a big reason why I hate business.
In the fine print within the fine print.
Now you will do me a favor.
Exactly.
I did this for you, and you did not read it clearly.
Right.
That's right. Now,
Kind of like
for
how the
record,
Mrs. Claus popped up out of nowhere in part 2.
Right. Damn Disney clauses. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Is that out loud?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Damn Curtis.
That's right. We still say fuck Curtis on this show. Anyway,
Well, that's different. That could mean anything.
For the record, I changed my clothes because I heard a noise outside, and I went to go check on it. As I checked on the noise, a car drove by and decided to upchuck a puddle onto me. So,
what the hell?
That's brilliant.
Gotta love the rain in California. It lingers like a goddamn disease. Anyway,
You're in Cali, Jeff. Jesus.
fucking SoCal. All right, so I really don't know what else there is to say about this because we really don't know a whole lot about what is going to happen. It's literally been a couple of days?
Yeah.
About maybe 20. No, just
3
literally
days
under
at
2
most,
days.
right?
About time for a board meeting, if I do say so myself.
Yeah,
On a good day, Mikey.
And the thing is, it's one of those deals where, if it is to facilitate a sale, who's buying? Comcast is a front runner. They own NBC Universal, so they've been in league with WWE pretty much nonstop since the early '80s. Other than that brief little timeout they took when WWE went to the Nashville network / the National Network / Spike TV.
Right.
I'm hearing Endeavor, which is the parent company for UFC. They know a little thing about combat sports, just a little bit.
A few things.
Yeah.
They know. I'm sure they know better than to run a stadium show in Las Vegas when UFC's in town.
A little bit.
I would hope so.
But
I'm hearing Disney is a potential suitor. They already have the distribution rights to the network in some of the overseas countries that don't get Peacock and Universal. So the fact that Disney already has some rights to it.
Yeah.
That was my first. Potential buyer.
And can you just imagine if Jeff's worlds collide? I mean, he already works for the fucking mouse, whose jockstrap he swings from. Now, if they own Vince 2 in the WWE and wrestling and Mickey Mouse, the main event for WrestleMania 40, John Cena versus Mickey the Mouse.
Especially as referee Jeff Meacham. What the hell would I do then? For real though, what would I do?
If we could have Sami Zayn versus Johnny Knoxville with an oversized hand gimmick, we could have John Cena versus Mickey the Mouse.
That's right.
God, no. Please.
Charlotte Flair versus Minnie.
That would
Stop, JJ.
That's cold-blooded there.
Stop.
That would be the WrestleMania main event I turn my back on because I could not watch John and Mickey fight. I would lose my goddamn mind there for reasons I can't even get into.
I would wish I was drunk.
But nobody's mentioning. I won't say the elephant in the room because he's not an elephant, but he is a major part of the Jungle Cruise now. What about Dwayne? What about Dwayne and Danny and their production company? They know about business already. Right? Stop. You guys are booking me into a hole here. You're going to get me in trouble.
But I mean, to go along with that, I mean, again, isn't this year the what the hell they call it? The XFL supposed to start up being led by Dwayne Johnson?
Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the XFL yet another Vince McMahon property that Dwayne bought? Just saying.
Yeah.
So that's why I put that retrospective out there. If anyone's going to have money on their own enough to say about this, let's call it intellectual property, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Yep.
So the parent company of the XFL, $7 Productions, which is Dwayne's company, but he's actually having his ex-wife Danny Garcia be the CEO. So there is that.
Can we just talk about what a great relationship he still has with his ex-wife for that to be a thing? Like, for real. How many ex-husbands do you know would still have a company with their ex-wife and allow them to be CEO of their offshoots? Like, for real.
As far as I know, everybody in this room, with the exception of Noah, has had a relationship that has since gone sour. Would you want to run a company with your ex?
No.
And
No
from
way.
what I've heard, the definition of X, I figured that'd be the last person you ever want to deal with again.
I don't think that's a serious possibility, Safit, because then they would have their hands in AEW, Ring of Honor, and WWE.
Yeah.
Well,
and
maybe
holy hell.
It was mentioned. I'm sorry, Mackie. Go ahead.
Oh, so I was just saying maybe they wanted a successful company that does more than 1 million views.
Oh my God.
Ratings are irrelevant.
I am
years
not
old.
disputing it, but that's not the topic.
Would
Um,
WWE do 1 million views on TNT, Jeff?
I understand what you're saying. That's not the topic.
That's not
They
the topic.
still do too.
Um,
all right. Yeah, I'm just waiting for
Let's stay on topic.
So
Continue, Jeff.
Warner Brothers Discovery, it was mentioned earlier in the chat that there's a talk of Comcast and Spectrum merging or buying or whatever. I think Comcast is the most likely candidate for buyer. Disney, I mean, again, we own the world anyway, so why the hell not? But at the same time, what's that?
I was going to say, it's like Star Wars, Marvel, Fox, WWE.
That's right. We own the world.
We did just get a $5 super chat from Emmanuel.
Hey, good Emmanuel.
Kind of piggybacks on what you were talking about, Jeff, as well as Noah. What if Rock buys WWE at Mania and was announced there? And then he books himself for the title one last match, but maybe I'm overbooking that.
I don't see Hollywood Rock coming back in 2023 to become the Universal Champion. Just saying.
Never say never.
That would be a good feud with Roman. Hollywood Rock, Roman.
Put an asterisk. Put an asterisk by it.
So I have always not always, because it's not like it's been a long thought. I have thought from the minute they talked about Roman and Rock at WrestleMania being a possibility that his theme when he comes back should not be the classic "If You Smell," nor should it be all the way Hollywood Rock. There was a time, and JJ will remember this, when he came back as a babyface in like late 03, 04, where he had the Hollywood haircut and the Hollywood Titantron, but it was a little bit more upbeat version of the Hollywood theme.
Yeah,
that's the theme he should use.
A small revamp of that theme. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. If you smell. It was the same Hollywood approach, but it's a little bit more up tempo. That's the Rock we should get for WrestleMania this year.
Well,
because we're in Hollywood. Cool. Just throwing it out there. Anyway.
Yeah.
But thank you again, Emmanuel, for the super chat.
Thank you. We appreciate the super chats for the night, guys. Thank you both very much. And yes, Safit, that's the thing I was going to talk about. Comcast. There's a rumor Comcast is going to buy or merge with Warner Bros. Discovery. Can we call the SEC and go, hello? That's a bit of a damn near corporate monopoly. That's a little scary.
And what Disney has isn't? Like, I'm not trying to get you in trouble with your company.
Well, no. So here's the difference in that, Jay, and this is where Mikey hates business. Comcast, which owns NBC Universal, owning Warner Brothers Discovery, that means that WWE and AEW are under the same television umbrella, which is a SEC, that's just one SEC nightmare among dozens that would pop up because of that potential merger. Besides the fact that the entire reason the SEC is in place, the Security Exchanges Commission, is because they're trying to prevent one product from being, a monopoly and not allowing for healthy competition, which is why the NWA back in the 50s and 60s was investigated by the government, because they had a monopoly over the wrestling industry by strong-arming, by mafia-style shit. That's exactly why they were investigated. So that's why I don't foresee a potential merger with Comcast and Warner Bros. Discovery, because it would be such a major corporate thing. Now, yes, Disney has a lot of divisions in the company. And again, this is not me towing the company line, nor is it me burying my goddamn self 12 hours before I got to go to work. The truth of the matter is yes, we have different divisions, but God, how many freaking presidents of these divisions do we have? Like, I think I've met 25 different division heads in my time as a Disney fan and now as an employee. Like, for real. Disney Parks Experiences and Products has one division head. They have somebody under them that just runs Disneyland, that just runs Disney World, that just runs Paris, just runs Hong Kong. So they're all different things.
Good Lord.
Comcast, which owns NBC Universal, is a communications/media company. Warner Brothers Discovery is a communications media company. They're the exact same thing on that front. So them merging is a giant conglomerate that the SEC and the government would go, no, that's a really good idea. That's why I don't think it'll happen. If it does, fuck me.
God help us. That's four different channels that have advertisements based on, at this point, what feels like five different companies all related to one thing, and that's wrestling.
You figure if that merger takes place, just that merger, Comcast and Warner Bros. Discovery, you've got NBC, and I think the CW still under that umbrella. I could be wrong.
I have no idea.
Just those two, plus the dozens of cable channels, plus the streaming services, Peacock and Warner Bros., whatever HBO Max evolves into, would be under the same giant corporate umbrella. By the way, completely side topic, Chris Bay mentioned Bret Hart in a tweet that wasn't very favorable. So Bret Hart's trending on Twitter the night where I got sideways about the Hart family. Just saying. Thanks a lot, Chris Bay. Appreciate you, brother. Love you.
Damn.
Fucker. Anyway.
Oh, no.
Anyway. So, yeah. I didn't know what to say. That was 20 minutes ago.
Global conglomerate of two media.
No. I really think that we need, as fans, we need to realize that we're having a fan outlook to this.
Yes.
Right.
None of us want Mr. McMahon as a character back, at least not full time.
No.
None of us want to see the Vince McMahon that was in headlines for the second half of last year, involved in the creative cookie jar by any means.
No.
But forgive me for which one of you said it, because I was dealing with, freaking having to redo my wardrobe for the show. There is no greater salesman, especially of professional wrestling / sports entertainment in this country, on this planet, than Vincent K. McMahon.
James and I were literally just talking about that. Again, I feel like at this point, he's there to do one last official thing, and that's dictate the future of the intellectual property known as the WWE. But just put it out there. We're talking about sale. We're talking about public trade. Jeff, is there a chance that Vince could try and make this thing go private, even with the stockholders that could come out and support?
So here, let me take a sip and get that out of my throat. JJ, please put up Arlene's comment. Thank you.
Vince could have inserted himself in meetings when it came to selling the company without having to insert himself back into the board. I feel
I completely disagree with this on a. I will quote the greatest of all time in his Hall of Fame speech, The Undertaker. Perception is reality.
The man himself versus on his video screen. Okay, fair enough.
If anybody but Vince McMahon is either on the board or the head of the board and they're trying to sell the company, what did I say in June when he stepped down? If anybody but McMahon had taken that CEO chair, the company would have crumbled. I stand by that, and I mean it to this day.
Fair
Stephanie
point.
even being co-CEO was still like, oh, okay. The company's not going to go apeshit because there's still a McMahon at the corporate level to the public persona.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Vince being the guy that negotiated the deal with Fox, because he did. Vince that negotiated the deal with NBC/USA/ whatever all those years ago, because he did. James, you said it, man. He's the one that got them $2 billion from Fox. Yes, within a year, Fox was going, fuck what we do. But Vince was Vince. He negotiated. He got that $2 million in. Appreciate you. He's the greatest character that ever came out of that company. Undertaker's the greatest character that ever came out of the WWE machine.
Fair point. Fair point.
Vince needs to be the one on the board that is the stirring the drink as far as the negotiations.
Yep.
He has to be. There is no other way the company's going to be sold, and there's no other way the company's going to be sold to a buyer that knows what the fuck they're doing with it.
Yeah, at this point, fans need to quit trying to act like investors as if you know someone from the stock market exchange just because you might wear a blazer, you actually have stocks in WWE.
Thank you, Noah.
Versus just actually being somebody that just outlooks from watching the TV product.
Yeah. You asked as far as going back into private hands with the stocks and everything. The greatest example I can give to that, and it's completely fictional, but it actually would apply in real life. The end of Batman Begins, where Wayne Enterprises goes public, and little bitty corporations and whatever buy it up, and it turns out it was all Bruce stirring the drink in order to remove Thomas Earl from or whatever the hell the guy's name, what first name was, Earl, from the CEO job and putting Lucius Fox in the seat instead.
Right. So
the company was still public and it was still being traded on the stock exchange, but Bruce still ran the company. And Bruce still owned the company primarily. Bruce had the Class B stock, the same basic thing.
Okay.
So it would not go completely back into private hands, no, but it would be far fewer hands in the overall Class A cookie jar.
And Vince McMahon would be one of the most dominant hands in that, I imagine.
Well, Vince was and always will be the dominant hand in that particular cookie jar because of the Class B stock and because he's Vince McMahon. Same with Stephanie, same with Linda, same with Nick Khan, same with the people on that board and the people that have been running the company for 40-something years. Right. But yeah, if the company is truly going to be sold, it has to be Vince. I like the idea of Shane because Shane, as much as he is Vince's son, is still very much an outsider looking in when it comes to the corporate world because of his 7 years away. And, he's only been back as a on-air talent the last, whatever it's been now, 6. Has he been back 7 years? Fuck me. Jesus.
Yeah, or something like that.
32,
wow. That's just like lightning bolt right now. 2016 was when he came back in Detroit.
Right, about to say that's when he came back. Then he became we had the whole brand split when brand split actually mattered.
He's been back half of Dylan's life, Jay. Holy balls. Just bing right off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, 7 years.
Snapple, gotta love it. There you go.
Crazy.
But yeah, I like the idea of Shane because of a quote from Paul Heyman's Hello, My Name is Paul Heyman documentary.
Good stuff.
Shane almost bought ECW for real when he bought WCW.
Mm-hmm.
Shane has business chops.
He does.
And he has the knowledge of how to run and how to purchase and to run a wrestling company. And that's the biggest thing I think that's going to come down to. When WCW was getting passed around the Turner hot plate at church, you take it, no, you take it, no, you take it. I don't want it. Once Watts stepped in his racial shit and tracked it in the house, we'll never have another wrestling person ever. Granted, Bischoff wasn't a wrestling person by nature because, yes, he did work for Vern Gagne, but he was a salesman first and foremost.
Right. He wasn't necessarily a fan that was into the business.
Well, he was a fan growing up, but that wasn't his pitch to Turner.
Right.
I think it needs to be the complete opposite for WWE. Yeah. It needs to be a wrestling person at least at the helm.
Yes.
Which is why I don't have a problem with Comcast necessarily because they've been televising WWE since the early 80s on one channel or another. I don't have a problem with Endeavor because they know how to produce and televise combat sports. I don't have a problem with Disney because just because I don't have a problem with Disney because it's Disney. Because then I can march down Main Street, the McMahon family, and go. That looked really bad, and that's going to clip that I'm fucked now. Thank you for that. Appreciate that, my own dumbass.
Don't worry, it's not going to get clipped.
Clipped? Yeah, well, it will now. That said it. But honestly, I think the best. If it's not going to be Shane, then Comcast is the best way to go.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or at least my personal thing is a amalgamation of the two. Comcast being the spearhead or the money, and Shane being the person chosen to run the company.
That'd probably be the perfect setup for WWE's longevity, honestly.
Yep.
Mikey T, you're the only one that hasn't spoke on this yet. Once you're done chewing, feel free to speak.
All right, yeah, these are for my plugs. I want to give a shout out to Tostitos. Major shout out for my plug. Oh, sorry guys, I'll wait till we get to the plugs.
Tostitos.
Hey, I mean, I'm a snack guy too. I respect that.
Tostitos, brother. I love me some Tostitos. That's all.
Tostitos, Oreos, Fritos, all the good
I'm
stuff.
out of drink. I need something to drink.
All the Eatos. Right, Deborah Joe Rupp? Anyway.
Oh, I ran out of heaps. Anyway, go ahead, Mikey.
You know, guys, this is really like if we're looking back to like the late 90s, that era when Eric Bischoff got sent out of WCW and then they called him back within like 9 months, something like that. It was some short period of time where they called Eric Bischoff back to WCW. Imagine 4 months. Imagine if Vince McMahon, the same thing was happening here. Look at all these ideas as Statboy brought up, like all these superstars that Triple H has brought back. It's like, sorry, H, sorry, Paul, it's just not working. Vince McMahon was getting rid of these wrestlers probably for a reason. If it's for a sale, it's the integrity of the brand. You know what I mean? WWE is known for superstars. You know, all these other companies are known for wrestlers. You know what I mean? Performers. WWE has superstars, so it's like a selective group of people. But anyways, I don't think Vince is actually going to sell the company. In reality, I think the WWE property has a lot more building to do within the next 50 years. They would be totally insane to sell right now when they've got different properties like spending $1 billion or what did Fox put up? Was it $1 billion for 5 years?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But it was $2 billion or something like that. I don't know.
For some reason, I was thinking $5 billion in my head, but I don't think that's the number.
What was the? I'm sorry, I got distracted. What was the question?
Fox gave the SmackDown $1 billion for 5 years.
$2 billion for 5 years, $400,000 per year.
$400 million per year.
400,000 per
year. No. Sorry, he's right. $400 million for 5 years, $2 billion. Yep.
$2 billion. Yeah.
Jeff can't count. Buy the shirt. Greg Cherry Chaseberg.
You know, and then they get, what did they get? They got another $1 billion deal with Peacock, and they've got a near $1 billion deal with the USA Network. They're making too much money to sell right now. Why would they sell out to their company $15 million? I've heard numbers of like $15 million being thrown out there, which kind of takes the Saudi prince out of the equation because I believe he's only worth about $17 billion. Why would you spend nearly all of your money to, you know, buy the company? I heard they had said something about he had an offer that was supposed to be on the table or something like that. Disney, you know, if Disney bought it, I would kind of look at it like how Facebook bought Instagram. You know what I mean? It would kind of just be like them adding another spectacle onto what they did. But I don't think Vince is back there to sell. I think he's back there just to get the company their major deals. Like we were talking about NXT earlier and how they're not mentioning the NXT title reigns. Is that possibly because NXT is about to lose their their USA deal, and they're about to put NXT to pasture possibly? You know what I mean? So they're going to wipe it from the history. I mean, let's be honest, Triple H is a little bit more busy now.
Yeah.
True. He doesn't do anything of NXT, only Shawn Michaels does. But honestly, if NXT just goes back to being on live Peacock or, you know, pre-recorded Peacock content, that honestly might be better because back in the black and gold days, that's when NXT was at its finest.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see about that. But another thing that I want to point out, it seems like there was 9 people in the board. It seemed like there was 9 people in the board, right? You got Triple H, Nick Khan, and you got Stephanie. You've got 3 others.
Yeah.
There's a Michelle in there. And then Vince came back with 2 people, one of them being named Michelle, I think.
Michelle and George, yeah.
So Vince basically came back with 2 other people. And And guys, I'm just got to say, Vince McMahon, I don't think he's going anywhere, even after the sales are made. Vince is going to remain on the board. Why would he leave the board? And he's going to have another 3 people to vote for him that he doesn't have to leave the board. If it comes down to some sort of a vote, he's going to have at least his other 2 people. Plus, I don't think Triple H, Stephanie, and Nick didn't he hire Nick Khan in the first place?
Yeah, because he's a businessman that knows how to freaking budget.
I don't think Vince McMahon is going anywhere, to be honest with you guys. You know what I mean? But is he going to have a role in creative? Not now. But like we said earlier, a lot of this stuff Triple H has been doing, it just isn't working. You know what I mean? It's just not working. All the artists that he brought back, because maybe it's because Vince McMahon made him a little bit stale. You know, maybe that was a bad part on Triple H's part to go back and try to retread. You know what I mean? When he already made Karrion Kross look like a jackass, and you know what I mean? And they already took off from what they're saying the hottest part of what was the group called with Swerve Scott?
Hit Row.
Hit Row. You know what I mean? They lost the biggest row. But I want to say one more thing, you guys, because a few weeks ago I pointed out how you could sort of tell that Charles Dempsey, right, William Regal's son, like how they had taken a little bit more interest in his character, and you could almost immediately see that William Regal had something to do with it, in my opinion. So I think we'll be able to tell in WWE if Vince McMahon really has something to do with the storylines.
True.
Fair. That's fair. That's very fair.
All right. This is a good talk. I didn't get near as heated as I thought it would be with Vince's return.
No, the last topic was way more heated, actually.
Right? The Vince Russo and the Charlotte topic got way more rowdy than I expected them to, and the Vince McMahon topic was just kind of chill.
Was it rowdy like Rousey?
It was more rowdy like Piper.
I got you. Yeah. What's going on, you fucking yo-yos?
Kind of going to suck to see the WWE get sold off. You know what I mean?
I think it'll suck depending on who buys it.
True. Yeah, I agree with that.
I think if the right person buys it, then we won't even really be able to notice a change. And that's the key, is selling it to the right person so that there's not a whole lot of internal shakeup. And everything can kind of stay par for the course. But if somebody like, let's say theoretically Disney buys it, and we go from what we've basically gotten back to is more of a PG-13 era as opposed to how it was PG for all those years, it's going to go down to G because we know Disney's general audience and content.
It's PG-13.
And I don't know about...
Let's just speak on that because
Can I finish my point first, please, before we start passing over to somebody else? Lost my train of thought now. Go ahead, Jeff.
James, you gotta let JJ produce, dude. I'm sorry.
Sorry, that was my fault.
All I was gonna say was, as far as Disney, having a G product, there's also Touchstone Pictures that we do.
Yeah.
It's not G, there is that. So that's all I was gonna say for real. So, JJ, you were talking about they're bringing it down to a G rating because of Disney, and then you were going off on the tangent about the sale further.
I don't remember where my train of thought was. Just moving on.
Okay.
Do we have anything else?
We did have one more topic to go over because I expected the Vince McMahon thing to get way more tumultuous than it actually ended getting up. But today was the 10th anniversary of Bayley in the WWE.
Oh, good for her.
Good for her.
She's made such a change.
Yes. Very happy for Bayley. I got to see Bayley a lot in Championship Wrestling from Hollywood. She was Davina Rose coming down from NorCal, where she's from, and wrestling here locally. So good on her. And she has been she's been the one horsewoman that really didn't get a whole lot of press until she finally did that big heel turn. She had the Cena syndrome, I think, a lot because it's like she's talented, she's got a good handle on her skills, but she didn't really wasn't allowed to really pull that trigger until she flipped that switch. So
yeah,
congrats to Bailey. 10 years, man. 10 years a long. You figure that's 2012 that she started in NXT. So good on her, man.
She's still been going too, man.
Yep, absolutely.
Scarlet, huh?
Well,
said 9 years for Charlotte, right?
Yeah, I think
2014.
Yeah.
Well, she became NXT champion in 2014. I think she actually debuted on television in 2013 when she had that god awful basic look and Flair introduced her and the whole thing. I think that was 2013.
All right.
Either way,
2013.
That's still a long for any of them because they all started around the same time.
Yeah.
For horsewomen, and they're still, very prominent parts of the industry.
Yep. Seems like they have another decade in them too, maybe more, maybe a decade and a half. Am I going a little too over with that?
God, I hope Charlotte doesn't have another decade and a half in her.
Come on, man.
Holy Christ, I think I'll blow my fucking brains out.
Jesus Christ!
I'll end up a 50-time women's champion for WWE by then.
That happened by 2030.
And everybody follow the advice of the birthday boy Matt Helms in the chat room and hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to all the channels you're watching this on tonight. We appreciate everybody in the chat room. We appreciate the super chats. We appreciate everything that has come along tonight. We even appreciate you sticking with us when I went off the goddamn rails and took the show a whole different direction to need to go. So that's 100% me. But we appreciate that very much, everybody. We did run the commercials during the course of the show. I know JJ's got still plugs in the queue.
Yeah.
Because they're cute, so they're in the queue. Throw them up there, brother. We'll go ahead and run through and see what we got.
Starting with tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Another episode of the War Zone, the weekly acquisition report. I was able to get back to Dollar Tree finally again after the holidays and not having to spend money on other stuff. So I got myself a little Dollar Tree haul to show off tomorrow. Also tomorrow evening, the No DQ review, as it is now every Sunday, 5 Pacific, 8 Eastern.
Yes.
And then, of course, you can catch Aaron's NoDQ.com recaps of Raw, SmackDown, and Dynamite every week. Beginning on Monday on the Casa channel, we've got the newest additions into the musicals that I'm doing all month. God help me on some of these, because we all know musicals are not my bag, baby.
No.
And then we've got new release Saturday, Babylon, which is a star-studded cast.
Too bad Samboy's gone because his boss is in one of those movies.
He's right here.
I'm right here.
I thought you left for some reason. Jesus.
No,
Christ.
I was getting.
He came back when his internet got back because he had just had a connection issue.
Shows you how freaking tuned out.
I was getting ready to bail out, but luckily my connection came back. So I'm.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Your boss is playing a whore. She's a whore.
Best little whorehouse in Texas,
Yes,
starring Mikey's boss, Dolly Parton.
Yes.
Oh,
And the man with a mustache more epic than his own, and that, of course, is Statboy approved.
Oh shit!
Reynolds.
There we go.
Oh Jesus!
Poor dude. The only person I feel more bad for than Mikey Statboy is Mikey T for the way I went off on his ass. Golly. Woo!
All right, Jeff, you were just
Also,
point.
Also tomorrow, the first Dads Not Always on Wrestling
Yay,
of
Monday.
2023.
Oh, this is interesting.
The top 10 voice actors of all time.
Yes.
We just canned that earlier today.
Yes.
I have it edited already. It's been saving as we've been live, so all I got to do is upload it overnight, and then we can make sure to have it scheduled on both of our channels.
Which is why JJ is doing the editing, because Uncle Jeff has to go to work tomorrow, and traveling to Disney and back is a muckerfeather.
Uncle Jeff couldn't even give me a 30-second to a minute trailer for his own damn channel before we went on the air tonight, let alone air a 2-hour freaking episode of Dad's Not Always on Wrestling.
Yes, and the reason for the lack of trailer is over here to my right, because there was laundry to be had, because I got to go to work and look professionals.
Professional.
Yes.
What's this? Don't bring that curse, JJ. She might. You know what? God damn it.
Dude, she will. She will.
Well, congratulations, JJ.
You know what,
just
though?
WWE's future.
You know what, though? Only because she's not turning out to be the kind of character that Lillian ended up being. I'd rather Charlotte be champion at 80 than fucking Moolah.
Well, more like.
Mm-hmm.
Just
That's
saying.
actually fair.
Just saying.
That's fair. That's a fair take.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, I still can tolerate Moolah more than I can Charlotte, but that's just me, apparently.
Well, see, the problem is if Charlotte's still wrestling when she's 80, that means Natty might too, and Natty might be farting for real going to the ring at that point.
Hey, man.
God damn it, Jeff, really?
Damn walking farts are a mucker feather when you get old.
Hey, man, if Mark Henry would hit that, so would I.
God damn. Hey, you know what? Mark Henry hit Mae Young.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody touching Moolah.
And as a result, she gave birth to a hand.
That's right.
Hey,
On Tuesday, we have a stacked day of content.
Yes, we do.
Beginning.
Good Lord.
This is your cue, Mikey. Talk.
With Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou. Dory and I will put together all the Week 18 results and give a playoff prediction. And also, we talked about it at the end of last week's episode of a potential little bracket challenge. I think we will be doing that. It'll just be an in-house extra type thing. It has nothing to do with the pick'em. It has nothing to do with fantasy football that we're doing next year. This will just be a little bonus fun office pool thing. If you saw at the beginning of the episode today, I was holding up the little Jaguars helmet because they clinched their spot in the playoffs tonight.
Yeah, I was trying to ignore that because we don't do football on this.
Yeah, show. I know, but you know me in the sports, so there's that. So yes.
Yeah, but you also know that we're the producers, and we said no.
Well, when do I listen to people?
This is a fair point.
Thank you.
Fair point.
I just wanted to ask JJ, did you get any of the Christmas gifts that we discussed?
Off air.
Oh, well, it was because most of your
off air
stuff.
Off air.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Nobody's listening to me today. It's really getting on my goddamn nerves.
Now
this
you know how I
get
feel.
on your nerves. I'm your brother. That's what I'm supposed to do.
So, in addition to Stat Boy Sports Bar on Tuesday, we also have our next watch-along coverage. Yay. NXT New Year's Evil.
Very nice. Very evil, yes.
Hell yeah. I'll be around for this one.
There you go.
Boy.
That should be interesting, I mean, it's definitely, as we say all the time, and once I throw the image up, you can go ahead and give it to me, Noah.
Not my NXT!
Damn it.
But even Noah has conceded, and I believe he said it either on Wrestle Kingdom's coverage or he said it last night on the Rampage Battle of the Belts. It's getting better. It's still not his NXT, but it's getting better.
Got to admit.
So it should be an interesting evening. Usually we just save our NXT coverage for the big PLE events, but this is a special. This is much like Battle of the Belts,
yeah.
New Year's Bash, and if we're going to give that kind of coverage to AEW, we should do it for NXT too, I believe.
That's right.
Nice.
I think that's only fair.
I dig
and
it.
then immediately following New Year's Evil.
Well, I was going to say, not only are we doing Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou, not only are we doing coverage of New Year's Evil, not only are we going to have the first live talk wrestling of 2013. Wow, I need a nap and probably a big botch. Change the count of 2023. But all three of those shows will be produced from the Casa, right, JJ?
Yes, I was going to get to that once we got to your plug here, but since you couldn't just let me produce like you tell everybody else.
This is my plug. I'm doing my plug right now. I'm doing my plug. Why are you yelling at me for doing my own plug and saying it? Why you yell for?
I got no botches. Nice.
Yeah, no, you got one.
I have 0.
You got one. It's up there.
That's right. It's up
I
there.
got one.
That's documented right there now. Anyway, yes, we will be producing all 3 of the Tuesday afternoon/night shows because Wednesday.
My God, look
at you!
Tickets have been purchased.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Jeff Meacham and I will be at the fabulous Forum. Fuck the Kia Forum, even though I drive a Kia.
That's right.
Oh, y'all both going?
Damn it.
And not only will we see all of that.
Oh yeah, nay.
But when we go to the other custom graphic that Jeff made, we've got the Rampage stuff in there too.
That's right.
Damn it, you two are lucky.
You know what, Noah? And it's all because of you. I told Jeff when we filmed the Dad's show today, the match that I am most looking forward to is Danielson versus Takeshita.
Yep.
And it's all because of you exposing me to Takeshita.
That's a good card. That's a good card. What was that match that was up on the top right? Oh, the ladder
Death
match.
Triangle versus Elite.
That's
the main event for Wednesday.
The match where I'll probably be popping into the show because fuck the Elite.
You get a good time to go grab something during that match.
It's one of those things, and again, it is what it is. We're not all that, proud of the fact that the Elite, have a lot of roots and origins in LA, but it is what it is. And why you yell for? That's right.
That's a t-shirt.
Poor entire production team today. Fucking hell. But yes, 2013 WWE television. Again, I literally got into a damn fist fight with Greg Cherry's wife over the damn Rock's return. So let's not even start that shit for real.
Oh,
God damn, like for real.
Punishment, Jeff.
In her house, no. I was in her house and we almost threw down. So yeah, no, definitely not 2013 television.
So that is what is coming Wednesday. Of course, that'll be live watch-along coverage with Noah and James calling the action of Dynamite while me and Jeff are actually on site. We're both going to try to pop in randomly here and there and sprinkle our 2 cents in to the broadcast live.
If I'm not dead from cough by then, fucking hell.
Right? And then not only do we have a watch-along on Tuesday, not only do we have a watch-along on Wednesday, but we have a double feature watch-along on Friday.
Oh,
Impact
God.
Wrestling's hard to kill pay-per-view.
Yeah, it's hard to kill this damn brand.
Friday the
Damn
13th.
it, Mikey T. They're around to stay.
That's right.
Friday the 13th. We've got all of that coming on Hard to Kill.
And more.
Presented by Impact Wrestling. And then immediately following Hard to Kill, we are going to go to our DVRs, press play, and do commentary for Rampage, which will be airing while Hard to Kill is on the air. So once again, and you'll hear me and Jeff say this on Dad's, and we're probably going to try to sprinkle this in throughout the entire week. We ask all of our fans, please, anybody that joins us for Hard to Kill coverage, do not post Rampage spoilers as the show is airing.
Or SmackDown.
Jeff and I already will have been there. We will already know what happened. But we want Noah and James to have legitimate reactions as the stuff is airing.
Right.
So please, we ask the multiverse of media fans, no spoilers for Rampage while we're on the air with Hard to Kill.
I will even go as far, JJ, as to say we will give the same verbal warning out during Hard to Kill.
Mm-hmm.
Then you will get timed out. Then you will get banned.
Yes.
Yeah, just
Period,
don't ruin
point blank.
this shit.
Yeah, seriously. Don't pull a freaking Josh and ruin the shit during the shit.
For real.
For real.
Josh is the man. But
love
that's
you,
the
Josh, though.
only
We do. We love
reason I'm going to remember Charlotte's 14th title run now.
Love you long time, Josh, but goddamn it, stop spoiling
And
shit.
then following all of
My
that.
whole day. I'm sorry.
And then following all of that, come next Monday.
So, for those of you that are familiar with my bringing Adam Contras into the Jeff Meacham studios, if you will, over the course of the last couple of years, he has been on what he calls the official journey because he is the Guinness Book of World Records first ever documented video blogger. Ever. That is in the Guinness. It's an official thing. He was the first ever video blogger in the history of the world.
Adam Pearce made it official?
What's that?
I said Adam Pearce made it official?
I will have Adam Pearce make it official the next time everybody's in LA at the same time. That will be a thing. Arlene, thank you for being a first timer. It's always good to. Hey, you know what? If Jesse can pop her pussy in the opening video, you can pop your cherry and be a first time viewers. There you go. We appreciate you being
Oh
here.
my god! Oh my god!
Very
Jeff just said that Arlene lost her open mic night virginity on the first broadcast of the new year.
Nice.
Oh my god!
That's right. It's a new year. Yes, it is.
Noah, you helped take someone's virginity.
Oh my god, that's fucked up, Jay.
We love you, Noah.
God damn.
He's leaving. He's fucking leaving.
There he goes. There he goes. Here
Oh
goes.
my
I love when he does that.
Hey, Noah. Oh, shoot. No.
I love when he does that shit.
Where's it going? Oh my god, it's all going on.
He turns the
Glasses off, lights off, room X, and Mikey's doing the gratuitous dad's walk off, even though he's not a father. Fucking hell. Okay.
Oh my god, everybody's gone. Everybody's going. What
Everybody's leaving. Everybody's bailing off the Titanic. We're sinking, brothers. Anyway, so yes, Adam is the world's first documented video blogger. He's been on to promote Fastest DeLorean, which he was involved with his own DeLorean time machine. He was promoting his Michael Jordan documentary that he filmed over the course of many years, and now he's here to talk about his official, literally his life story. And yes, that is himself talking to himself in both of those still images from the two different movies. And both of those movies are available to rent on Amazon, by the way. I highly encourage everybody to check those out. So please go do that. Anyway, so that is coming up. It's going to be recorded sometime Friday, hopefully, with any luck, if we can pull it off. Oh, we lost. Oh, there we go. Roll credits it. Roll credits it. Show's over. Show's over, man. Anyway, that is next Monday, the 16th. The following Monday.
Yes. We are back with the dads and the top 10 biggest Royal Rumble surprises.
There you go.
That should be a fun one to do. Rumble is my show every year. I love the Royal Rumble. I love how chaotic it comes off. You know, I always wanted to believe that it was the least scripted match in the company, when come to find out it's one of the most scripted. Kind of was like telling me that, you know, the Easter Bunny isn't real and the Tooth Fairy isn't real. It's my parents leaving money under my pillow,
Facts.
you know.
Facts.
It is like, man, for real. I always wanted to imagine that, like, okay, we knew who the first two were. We knew who was going to win, but everything else was just kind of sporadic.
But
the
Tooth Fairy is real. He's the Molinator now.
Yeah, you know.
Come on now. He's leaving again. Jesus.
Both Mikeys are gone. Noah's completely dark. I don't know if we're going to get Noah back before
He's in the house. He's in the House of Black.
We need to. I understood that reference. We need to definitely balance out the. I was gonna put Mikey's screen in the bottom right, so we had a balanced screen. But he says it's okay.
Oh my god! Leave if you want me to go.
No, I don't want you to leave. Damn it all, Jesus.
We've already got two that have left.
What we got? Well, Mikey T is gonna come back anyway, but
eventually he'll come back. Poor Noah, man. Jeez, like I was making the dirty comment, not referencing anybody that was on the air, man. Damn, naughty people.
Oh man.
Okay,
We
so
love
even
Noah.
though Big G's not here, we'll go ahead and give his shit the rub. Because okay, wrong comment. We'll give himself a. We'll promote his stuff. I can't say fuck. I can't do nothing. Jesus.
Well,
Does that count as a botch?
Yes.
I think
No,
yes.
No, fuck, whatever. Sludfest 6 Super Show in where the hell is this? Baltimore. The people that Big G is associated with promoting is, I need to see the names again here. Let me make this full screen so I can see it. Thank you. Again, we've got Maddie Renkowski. Forgive me if I botched your name there, Maddie. Adina Steele, the Ring of Honor 6-man tag team champions, the Embassy, Nikita Koloff, and recent AEW standout Ashley D'Amboise, I believe is how you say her last name. Forgive me if I botched that, Ashley. I actually met Ashley and her sister Sarah both on the Jericho cruise, so it was cool to see Ashley get her time on AEW after seeing her first wrestling on the cruise itself. A lot of cool talent. Also at that same Celeb Fest, not being promoted by Big G, but the headline people that the Celeb Fest itself is promoting are Ric Flair and Pete Rose. So that'll be a cool thing if you're in the Baltimore area and you're a fan of people who can't seem to stay out of the limelight well past their damn prime, or have legal troubles they need to fix with money. Pete Rose and Ric Flair are your folks. Tell you what. For real though. But yeah, go check it out. Support Big G and his friends. And please tell everybody that knows Jeff Meacham that Jeff said hello, because he did that with Sean Waltman, and I got a hello back from Sean. I love Sean Waltman.
That looks like some good shit, Big G.
Anything else on here that we need to? Oh yeah. Where the hell did freaking Josh? Oh yeah, we already plugged Josh's social, so he can just. I mean, do you want to plug him again?
I think we did. I think we did it before we came on the air, because we were asking Big G to do a graphic like that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so we did that.
My bad.
Cleveland combatant.
Add to the boss counter.
Getting there.
I was gonna.
So the Cleveland combatant Josh, of course, can be reached at Catholic Josh 122 on. Wow, that freaking banner is so dark you can't even see it over the graphic. Catholic Josh 122, and Mallow Man Graham on Instagram. You can follow our Stat Boys Sports Bar barkeeps on social media as well on the Twitter. It's in there somewhere, JJ, I'm sure, because I'm pretty sure I loaded it. There it is. There we go. Hathaway Lou for Dory, LB Stack 1987 for Stat Boy. There was one more graphic I put in there, but we'll do that toward the end when we're all giving our final goodbyes and all that shizit.
There you go.
Noah's still not back.
Noah's still not back. I feel bad.
Noah.
We need to get one of these made for us, Jeff.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, I want to get them made. Like, it won't be ready by Wednesday, obviously, because it's too soon. I know we say it's never too soon with us, but this time it is too soon. Because I want to get like actual posters and have like 8 people sign it just for the hell of it. But we'll do it next time. Because it's not going to come back to LA because the Bucks and freaking Kenny love it here. So as we wait for Noah to hopefully come back, James, are these current plugs you share screening?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'll just shit. There we go. The problem is I think I'm still somehow, and I don't know why it took me like I knew I was doing the Stat Boy thing, but then it just occurred to me, oh wait, I'm still on JJ's account. So there you go. But anyway,
it's all good. Don't log out, because we're going to need you to be in here still come Wednesday.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, fair enough.
And Tuesday.
Yeah, right.
And probably Tuesday, but we'll talk about that afterwards.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. So yeah, go check this out, guys. NASCAR Thunder 2004 season mode. Let's play part 2. I'm on. This is part 2. Part 3 should be coming out at some point this week, because I finally feel good enough to actually be able to pull it off. So go check that out. You can also check out my other watch parties that I didn't promote, which are Holiday Bashes, New Year Smashes, and the season premiere of Dynamite, as well as Jeff Meacham's production of Rampage of Battle of the Belt. So all the watch parties and watch alongs right there on my channel. You can also check out Owen's channel, subscribe, because AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, and Retros are all going to be on that channel, as well as the potential return of Wrestling Rundown. Be on the lookout for that. And for Noah, go check out his AEW View Impromptu, The Return 2023 video up there right now. So there you go. I think everything that isn't plugged so far. So there you go.
Cool deal.
So I'm going to hope that Noah comes back and gives our closing, our power of positivity message. But in the meantime, I'm going to be a little salty because I can be. Thanks to our buddy Mikey Alexander. They do card tricks in Vegas. In LA, we do hat tricks. Kings win against Vegas again tonight, baby. That's right. And of course, when Staff Boy's in Vegas with us, we try to help people turn tricks, but he says no. So there is that. Anyway.
You had to bring up the hockey. This guy over here,
Kings Nation.
I've hit rock bottom in the hockey league thanks to this guy too, with his King's reign knocking me out of position.
You are going to hit rock bottom in the league because the name you chose is the name of the team that is dead last in the division.
No, we are not. The Blackhawks are lower than the Ducks.
The division. I said the division. Don't fucking correct me on hockey, motherfucker. Don't do it.
Bigger.
Huh?
I think bigger than a division. I'm looking for the conference.
You're the worst sports person ever. You just are.
He doesn't think about the conference when he looks about those division banners up in his arena.
That's right. 10-time Pacific Division champions, 1 Stanley Cup.
Mikey T, you want to plug, buddy? Because we got Noah back. I see Noah. Noah's face.
Smiles, we can see you, Noah.
We love you, Noah.
Love you.
I know.
Come back, one of us.
Step into the light.
Oh shit! I see Noah.
There's a light over at the Foster residence.
We've gone from a pop cherry to a birth.
Don't
And he's gone again. Thanks a lot.
Nice, Mikey. Yeah, there you go. No, come back. Don't go. Don't go.
Damn you, Mikey.
Sorry.
He's back. Come back. We need you for the close.
I had to do it.
That's all, folks. No!
Noah.
Come back.
That's all, folks. He changed his name. He's done.
Come back.
Noah, if you can hear us, we really need you to bring us home, please.
Very much, please. Come back, Noah. Come back.
Oh my god.
Everybody wants you back, man. Everybody, my brother's in the chat.
All right. Hey, wait a second. I got. Here,
Mikey T, do you have anything you wanted to plug other than the Tostitos?
Good as hell. Got to give a shout out to this Simply Lemonade. I'm on this shit tonight.
There we go.
And no, I definitely want to give a plug to my YouTube channel. It's Report Card Radio. You could type in Mikey T, the movie star, or Report Card Radio on YouTube. It'll bring you to my channel if you're interested in hearing me do crazy ass rants about hip hop artists. Sometimes I go in talking about albums or just talking about artist news in general, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I'm sorry, Noah, I just had to get that one in. It just seemed like the perfect time. But also, Big G, Stat Boy, if I, you know what I mean, took up any of you guys' time and when I was doing a crazy rant, because I know y'all wanted to talk about Vince tonight and shit. That's my bad, bro. You know what I mean? I know it's open mic night for y'all just as much as it is for me. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here with y'all guys because I've been watching y'all for a long time too.
And we appreciate you being here, Mikey. I mean, things got a little heated earlier, but we do love having you as a part of the team.
Yeah.
Noah, if you can hear me, there is a $5 super chat from Emmanuel just to get you to come back on screen, bro.
Come on in, man. Come on. Come back.
People are paying for the simple man.
You're paying for the simple man. Where have you gone?
Oh, man.
Yeah, hold on.
We'll make room on the raft for you like that bitch Rose. We'll make room.
Hold on. Was it really my comment?
I think. Well, I mean, it did help.
I think it was the 1-2 punch of what I said, and then he finally came back, and then you said something too.
That's it. Of course, the other option of bribery is just taking a stance. You know what? What was the time limit we hit when we got cut off on YouTube? Was it 11 hours and 55 minutes?
something
Oh
like
God,
that.
we're gonna wait that long.
I will sit here for 8 hours. God damn it!
I will. I gotta get up in the
Oh,
morning.
we're staging the sit.
I gotta go to work in the morning too, but
I'll stay on the broadcast until we see you come back.
Please come back, Noah. I gotta sleep before I
Anthony,
go work
we
for the
already
boss.
addressed your comment when we did the Vince topic, bro.
We did.
Yeah.
Yep.
We covered it, man, a little bit earlier. We did start and we covered it. We have 2
We did.
starred comments. Do we want to get to those?
I think we did. Oh no, we didn't actually.
Arlene says she thinks $20 might be it to get Noah back.
I don't think it's about money at this point because he really like he was on. He said he was good, and then we threw out another freaking sexual joke at it. It was like, oh no. So
he hates them things, man.
Yeah,
well,
our buddy Zach disagreed when I was mentioning about Orton being the guy to take Flair's reign. He was saying that Cena deserves the record, especially when you figure the out of ring work he does, the community. The take I didn't agree with is he's the brand. No superstar has ever been bigger. I think Hulk Hogan would argue you on that.
Could I also say to Mr. Zach from DJ Bayside High, let me just say this to you, Zach, and I appreciate you for tapping in on open mic night. Zach, John Cena deserved to be a more multi-time world champion than Ric Flair about as much as AC Slater deserved to get Kelly Kapowski. So take that opinion and stick it where the sun don't shine, because Randy Orton would definitely be a better candidate than Rick.
But then again, Jay, Zach Morris is trash, so there is that.
There you go.
There is that.
No, we're not going to get Noah back. I think he's
Right,
gone.
Noah back. It's fine. So here's the thing with we're gonna try to stretch a little bit. With John, the claim about him being a bigger star, you have to remember something, guys. Hogan was a big star because he was the guy that Vince McMahon handpicked to literally help him take over the freaking world.
Yeah.
And Hogan was the most successful WWF champion in the early years of Vince McMahon running the company over the last 40 years. And then he tried to make movies. And then he tried to make television shows. And it never panned out. And he always came back to the business. And if you read Eric Bischoff's current book, his newest book, Grateful, Bischoff and Terry became so close that there's a lot of insight that a lot of people don't know about Terry Bollea that I can't. And again, Jeff is sucking Bischoff. You know what? Maybe I am. But I can't encourage people enough to read Eric's book and follow Eric on Twitter because he's got more insight to Hogan than people even realize.
What did you say, Jeff?
John Cena, by comparison, was the top guy in WWE. I'll give it a solid decade, 10 years, 2002, 2004 when he became U.S. champion to 2014 when Brock murdered him in front of me and everybody else in the Staples Center. I was there. It was still, I watched this match back once. Can't do it again. But while he was a 10-year leader of the pack, if you will, he was also making movies. Did he do as well as WWE thought he would? No. Did he do better than Hogan? Fuck yeah, he did. He was also making guest appearances on television and even getting hosting gigs on television during that time. And he's become the most prolific Make-A-Wish granter in the history of that organization. Is John Cena a bigger star than Hulk Hogan? I would say he is. And this is Hulkamaniac number 1 saying it. Now, the word deserve in wrestling fandom is what it is. You deserve it. Stop that fucking chant. You deserve it. Stop that fucking chant.
Yeah.
People perceive, perception's reality. I said it earlier. People perceive that people deserve it because that's the way they're booked. There are people in the Hall of Fame that, don't deserve it for my fandom perspective. Coco Beware. But you know what? Coco's a good-hearted soul. So why not?
But also, he's one of the most recognizable people when it comes to the WWF from back in the day. A lot of people just remember him, you know.
Exactly.
I think that's why I kind of got it.
The presentation of Coco Beware was everything.
True.
It's just one of those things, you know. When you heard that jazzy beat, and he came out there with the big macaw, macaw on his shoulder doing the Birdman flat. That was a cool gimmick. You know, Jake the Snake Roberts, very the same thing. Jake Roberts will tell you prior to Diamond Dallas Page saving his life, Jake the Snake Roberts was not a good man. Which is why Jake the Snake Roberts wasn't in the Hall of Fame until after he got his shit together. Scott Hall, to his dying day, didn't think he was a good person because the thing had happened early in his life where he got in a fight and blew that guy's head off. And I will tell you from firsthand experience and from acquainted with other people, Scott Hall was just a genuine, good-hearted soul and didn't know his own self-worth, even to his dying day. Mm-hmm. So deserving is a very, what do we say on dads, Jay? Subjective description of people.
There you go.
So does John deserve to be the man that breaks Ric Flair's record in wrestling? Is Flair a good person at this point? We've watched how many documentaries and how many matches over the years? Is Richard Flair a good person? Is Ric Flair a good person?
No.
You know, subjective.
Podcast is something else.
His grandkids love him. His kids have come to terms and love him. Wendy sure as fuck loves him. Stands by your damn man. Holy moly. But does Flair deserve to be in that greatest of all time as a person? Probably not, to a lot of people's opinion. So, again, deserving is a very subjective description. John Cena's profile as a WWE sports entertainer, he's one of the best ever. You know, they call him the GOAT on television now. So,
but also, don't you remember what they said about him? Like when Nikki Bella and Brie and Daniel Bryan were like living in his house. They were kind of saying his rules were kind of like ridiculous. You know, the way he lives. Like,
okay, Mikey, I know we've been getting on you for cutting people off. I'm going to cut you off at the knees right now. That is soft scripted televised bullshit. Flat out. Soft script television. I know you don't know that, and that's fine.
So you think John is more lighthearted than that?
I know he's more lighthearted than that.
He seems kind of like a drill sergeant from the way they play him off on TV.
The way they play him off on TV.
Yes.
There you go.
That's truth.
Hogan knows best. Soft scripted. Bullshit.
Hogan seemed like a cool guy. Sometimes, you know, and he'd be like, "What are you talking to my daughter for? You better get out of here."
And again, you know, she was like, and again,
take your shoes off.
The majority of the reality shows in the era after MTV made reality shows a prolific business, the Osbournes, the Hogan Show, Scott Baio's show, things like that.
Rock of Love.
Yeah, there's a term in reality television called soft scripted where the Hogans aren't going to fucking go to an amusement park on their day off. They don't give a shit. But put them in prosthetics, put them in makeup so they can have a normal day. That's good. That's goddamn. That's good television, brother. No, it's not. It's fucking hokey shit, Terry. But you know, we'll watch it for an hour and whatever.
It's better television than Thunder in Paradise.
That's setting the bar low, brother. Because Thunder in Paradise, other than the original television movie, was more drizzling shits than was commented on earlier. From Cleaver.
Oh, come on. Thunder in Paradise was Baywatch on a bad day.
Same company. So there is that. But Total Divas and Total Bellas, soft scripted to the nth power. I will say that. So John's presentation as the house ordering drill sergeant was just that, a presentation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And if we really want to go into the weeds without getting myself in too much fucking trouble, so was the goddamn engagement in the first place. But that's another story for another show.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll leave you with that because Noah's not coming back, it looks like. So.
And I'm going to.
So before we get off the air here, I told her I was going to do this. I asked Jeff to make a graphic for this, and he didn't. He got every other graphic done, but he forgot to do one.
Oh, piss.
For my daughter.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Oh, geez.
Who turned 14 on Friday.
Oh, my goodness.
Happy birthday on the air, sweetheart. I told you I was going to do it.
Is that at the restaurant from Friday?
Yes.
Oh, that's the latest picture.
Yeah, an hour and a half wait there?
No.
Oh.
No. That okay. After waiting 50 minutes and then being told we still had close to an hour wait, we called Cracker Barrel and there was no wait.
I was like, what the hell?
Because when we had originally called Cracker Barrel, they said 2 hours.
Oh.
Everything over there was an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Oh, I know.
So we were like, just ride it out.
Friday night, baby. That's it.
But after some time had passed, we tried again, and they were like, no wait. So power walked over there to try to get a table.
Right.
While everybody else kind of rolled and gimped and toddlered their way over there. So
the mental image will be in my head as I go to sleep. That's tremendous. Thank you for that. I appreciate you, brother.
What was the original restaurant, JJ?
The original restaurant was going to be BJ's.
Oh, yeah. We got one of those over here, too, yeah. We don't got no Cracker Barrel, but we got BJ's over here.
BJ's was a original Team No DQ XMV hotspot back in the day. So, yeah, BJ's will give you a long wait on a Friday.
So, and James, we got Cracker Barrel over here, right? I could have sworn they had one in Warwick before, but
I believe so. Yeah, somewhere in Saugus, I think.
But anyway, August. Anyway, interesting. Thank you, Cracker Barrel, for providing the birthday celebrations for my niece, for JJ's daughter. We appreciate you very much. Oh, his name changed
Noah
again.
Changed the name, so he is sitting there. Noah, if you could please come back on so you can send us out. Never going to give you up.
And also, Cracker Barrel did present that early Darby Allin match. Was it?
Yes.
Was it? Did anybody know who Darby Allin was? It?
Noah, I'll just let you know. I'll just let you know if
being rickrolled.
Do you want to? If you want to just have your camera on the screen, I at least have the ticker ready with your catchphrase on it. So just let me know, and I'll put it right on the
screen. Sitting here typing it out the whole time.
I literally was typing the whole thing out. It's ready to go.
Sent us off, Noah.
So you let me know.
We got the
Noah,
name.
if you could please come back on and send us out of here the way that only you can.
Yes.
We love you, Noah.
Yes, my boy. Come back. Is he there?
Adam Pearson wants you to with the Rickroll comments. Come on now.
We saw Rickrolled.
Right. Okay, hold on.
Oh, we gotta.
Hey!
Thank you, Noah. Now, everybody else, shut the fuck up.
That's right.
No jokes to make him walk off. Noah, please take us out of here the way that you only do.
What am I going to do with you people on the screen and in the chat? Well, so help me. James Files going to F me to F, and tonight, JJ, you one-upped him. Congratulations. But in all seriousness, appreciate all of you. You're all freaking idiots, but God bless you. And for those in the chat, if it was your first time, happy to entertain you. If you want to know more about me, though, know this, for I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. Find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, and in Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, the entire W family on Twitter. The Simply Predicted panels will once again resume for 2023 this Friday with what might be the simple, impactful trio of me and J. 1000 Names and James Hebert on my Simple YouTube channel, 5 p.m. Standard Time this Friday. There might be an FTW Productions retrospective Simple takeaway for NJPW's 51st year kickoff so far with Wrestle Kingdom and New Year's Dash. And as Jeff Meacham and JJ alluded to, I'll be back here on not only Wednesday, but Friday for live play-by-play coverage of not only AW Dynamite Rampage, but Impact Wrestling's Hard to Kill and New Year's Evil on Tuesday with JJ. That's all to come this week, too. But as always, I'd like to conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no betters. There are just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that. And RN, appreciate you too.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Gotta take that deep sigh of relief. Noah, thank you for coming back.
Sorry
Thank
about that,
you
bud.
to the 10 people that are still watching this insanity.
You.
To take a phrase out of a family that Jeff knows very well, thank you for joining us for our midnight insanity.
Aww.
You guys are lucky.
For
right
the entire open mic night team. For Big Baller G. For the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield. For Dory Lou who popped in. For the Cleaver who chimed in the comment box. For
Out to the
Stat Boy Mike Caldwell. Thank you, Arlene, for that super chat. We appreciate you. For Mikey T, the movie star.
Thank you.
For the Heb Man, James Hebert.
Heb.
For the simple man with the spectacular voice who once again single-handedly called Wrestle Kingdom last week. And if you missed that shit, go back to the archives on any of the channel across the multiverse of media. Watch that shit.
Yes.
For the man whose name is on the marquee, even though I took it down already. Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
The Meach.
I am the Renegade JJ Williams, your host for this insanity that we bring to you on a weekly basis. Thank you all for watching. We will see you guys next time.
Have a good night, folks, and happy late birthday to your daughter again, JJ.
Thank you, Noah.